Hello everyone, this is Cool Pro 195 streaming live with the second live stream for my 800 followers special celebration live stream series event. Previously, on the first live stream to this particular event, I've done an any percent completion playthrough on Crash Bandicoot XS for the Game Boy Advance. Now in the second live stream, which is like the second part of live stream to this event, I shall be pulling off an any percent completion playthrough of Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced for the Game Boy Advance. Not to be confused with Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back for the PlayStation 1, of course. But of course, that's another topic to get into altogether. But anyways, yeah, no time like the present to crack on with this event. Gotta strike while the iron's hot, you know. Although I say I'm gonna do an any percent completion playthrough of this game, in a way technically it's gonna be like a semi 100% completion playthrough, and by semi 100% completion playthrough, I mean that basically the whole meaning behind that is that in order to access the final boss fight, as in like the ultimate final boss fight, there are pretty minimum requirements to that. So what I'll be doing in that game is that I'll pretty much be getting all the main collectibles, such as like the crystals, the gems, and the gem shards. But the spin to this one, or the twist, shall we say, is that it doesn't require you to complete any time trials. So yeah, I'll not be getting the relics in Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced, which, you know, it's a good thing because it doesn't put the final boss behind, like, you know, a completion restriction per se, and they make, like, you know, time trials more of like an optional challenge per se. So yeah, Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. I reckon if I was to do like a more like 100% complete playthrough, I reckon if I was going to do like, you know, a more proper 100% completion playthrough of the game, I'll do it as its own, like, you know, separate live stream. But, you know, everyone sees what they see fit. Especially since, you know, this is more of like a chill live stream event as well as like a celebratory one. It's kind of like a more low-key one, so I think I would do like a 100% completion playthrough of it when it comes to like either like, you know, its own separate dedicated live stream, or like for a bigger event per se, like as an event that holds a bigger celebration. So yeah, that's pretty much the case. Honestly, like, yeah, because the only thing that it accounts for is just bonus completion percentage. That's pretty much it. But yeah, it's a great game regardless. Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced is certainly one of my favourites. Okay, now for those of you who weren't here on the previous live stream, the plan for this event is to play through pretty much every single Game Boy Advance release within the Crash Bandicoot franchise, with Crash Bandicoot XS, Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced, Crash Nitro Kart, Crash Bandicoot Fusion, and Crash of the Titans. And as you're all aware, I've already completed Crash Bandicoot XS in live stream number 1, so that's that box. So that's officially that box ticked. Now to tick the second box. So yeah, that's the first box ticked. Now to tick the second box with this live stream where I'll be playing Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. Also, before anything important is forgotten, honourable shouts to both Mr. Original Name and James the Crimson Dragon for your previous donations within past live streams. I highly appreciate the extended level of support that you put towards the channel. Every donation is appreciated as long as it's completely done on your own terms. The most important thing is that people just pop into the chat, jump in and have a chill time. So that's pretty much like the vibe we go for. We go for like a celebratory / chill vibe with these live streams, regardless of the theme. So yeah, everyone's welcome to jump in. Honestly, it actually feels good to, you know, just get this started, just manifest the whole completion process of it. By the way, those people that actually want to guest commentate within this live stream, I'm currently in the general voice chat channel within the Dingo Crash Discord server. So if you happen to be within that particular Discord server, feel free to jump into that particular voice chat channel. Yeah, I accidentally said like faux, but fuck it. You know what live commentary gets like. But yeah, anyways, back to the topic. For those of you who happen to have me in a different Discord server, feel free to put in a request for me to move the commentary to another voice chat channel within another Discord server if you happen to want to join the commentary and you're not in the Dingo Crash Discord server. I just do that by default because I've been doing that for quite a while. I've been doing that since the 2020s, which is kind of like the format I've been going with. So yeah, anyways, right now there's no time like the present to whip this out to social media. I did say I was playing every single Game Boy Advance game in chronological release order, didn't I? I must have. But yeah, just double checking. But yeah, it's just going to be chill, I'm not going to overthink too much, just take it step by step. Time to promote yourself. Yeah, that's just fun to say. So for those who weren't here in the previous live stream, it'd be nice to know your personal nostalgia with, well, it'd be nice to know your personal, well, to be honest, it would be nice to know your personal nostalgia with the Game Boy Advance in general, as well as whether or not you have any personal nostalgia with these games. Because I certainly hold a lot of personal nostalgia with them. I grew up with like the entirety of the Crash Bandicoot franchise, and to know that this is the decade when, you know, they're actually hitting all of their 20th anniversary milestones, you can't help but feel and get more, you know, you legit just can't help but, you know, wait, let me just structure this properly. But yeah, you legit just can't help but get, you know, more existential and all that. It makes you like feel more sentimental about your own past. Like the Game Boy Advance itself came out in 2001, so like it hit its 20th anniversary in 2021. Crash Bandicoot Excess came out in 2002, so it hit its 20th anniversary in 2022. Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced plus Crash Nitro Kart both came out in 2003, so they hit their 20th anniversary in 2023. As for Crash Bandicoot Fusion, that game hit its 20th anniversary in 2024. So yeah, originally Crash Bandicoot Fusion came out in 2004, so that game hit its 20th anniversary in 2024, along with Crash to Insanity, which is proper next level. The only game that is still yet to hit its 20th anniversary out of all these 5 games is Crash of the Titans, because that game came out in 2007, so in 2 years' time, it's gonna hit its 20th anniversary in 2027. That's proper insane to think about. Also, while we're on this topic, since this is a Crash Bandicoot Entranced, since this is a whole Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced themed livestream, I remember back in 2023 when Destination Mark actually did a belated birthday celebration, well, a belated 20th anniversary celebration for the game itself, Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. And even he was getting all like existential about like, the releases of all these Crash Bandicoot games that we've all grown up with, because like it just tells backstory, and it just brings all those memories back up to the surface. And then when you realize it's been that long ago, man, you can't help but feel that time's been going proper fast. It was even more priceless when he was like, when he came to, comparing the prospect of Crash to Insanity hitting its 20th anniversary in 2024. He's like, oh, the year Crash to Insanity hits its 20th anniversary, I'm gonna be done with life. Like, everybody pack it up, go home, nothing to see here, destination mark's over. That's a funny thing to reference. Also, it did nothing but create another wholesome memory. But yeah, while we're on that topic, feel free and be sure to check out Destination Mark. He live streams on both YouTube and Twitch. So yeah, real talk. I'm really glad I'm actually putting this live stream into action, especially when it comes to the continuation. And right now, at this point in time, as I've actually started, as I've actually, already made a start to this live stream series event with the first live stream, like it kind of in a way takes pressure off the upcoming live streams, because then like, you don't have to overthink the introduction of it as much. Well, at least that's how it is for me personally, but of course, to each their own. More power to you, to however you run your own live streams. But yeah, that's just personally the way I run them. But I'm gonna be so pumped to be playing this game, but at the same time, it would be chill. Although there is the possibility of piss takes if the previous live stream isn't anything to go by. So yeah, I'm 50% anticipating them. So yeah, gotta get a chat up on my phone, see whoever jumps into the chat. It's definitely gonna be fun, but I reckon, I'm not sure whether or not this game will be the proper test. It has the potential, but I think even this game is pretty chill, considering it has like, more or less the same vibe as XS, but there's a lot more to do in comparison. The only difference is that the requirements aren't as tough. Well, they aren't as strict in order to access the ultimate final boss fight plus unlocking the alternate ending. So yeah, there's that as well. So yeah, at the moment it's just pretty chill before we actually jump into gameplay, since I'm just posting the link all over a bunch of Discord servers. But yeah, the action will start up shortly. Just bear with me, people. Be finished up with this soon enough. Okay, I've officially pumped out the live stream to pretty much all the Discord servers that I can pretty much, you know, pump them out to. So yeah, now it's time to jump into gameplay. No time like the present to fire up the Visual Boy Advance emulator. Okay, now let's cue the Game Boy Advance startup sequence. Here we are, people. Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. Pretty dope intro. Alright, so yeah, the title screen is pretty much more or less the same, but anyways, yeah, I'm ready to jump into all the action. Definitely gonna have my work out for me with how much this game packs, but yeah, you're definitely gonna see some improvements in comparison to this game's predecessor. Okay, let's jump in. I like, you know, how they introduce different tracks as well as remixes to previous tracks within this game. So yeah, this definitely sounds more like, you know, this track certainly sounds more ominous in comparison. First off, don't know why I was gonna say down, but fuck it. But yeah, anyways, here we go. Deep in the heart of hyperspace. That incompetent neocortex, he cannot do anything right. His last scheme to shrink the Earth failed miserably. You have been a great asset to the cause of evil over the years, Entropy. Thank you, my lord. That is why I trust you with the task of aiding me in universal domination. Great, Uka Uka, I am honored. And I have the perfect scheme. Okay, here we go. First off, straight off the bat, I like how they remixed this Jungle Ruins theme tune track from Crash Bandicoot XS, which in a way is also remixed to the Jungle Levels theme tune for Crash 2. But like, they made it into even more of a bop, especially with how they've taken like the cryptic part of the track up like an entire octave per se. So yeah, we'll jump into gameplay. Now it's no time like the present. Okay, so first off, the pause menu, they've even improved that. They didn't just sample it this time they just like, you know, recreated it. As in like, rebuilt it from scratch. Although like, in comparison to this level and all the other levels, we haven't entered the actual warp zone island per se as of yet, so the warp zone option isn't there when you first pull up the pause menu. But yeah, anyways, let's jump into all the action. As you can see, like these hints, like these question mark hints are like, what do you call it? I like how they reutilized the power up symbol. They sampled the power up symbol from Crash 3 in order to like, you know, and then they just replaced the actual power up of a question mark. It's kind of interesting. So yeah, Kraku's like, follow the Wumpa Fruit. Collect 100 Wumpa Fruit to earn an extra life. Although I have to admit though, these hints are practically things that, okay, shut up Kraku. But yeah, these things are practically things that, you know, they're hints that we literally could have gotten in the previous game, but they didn't even think to put them in until this game, until like, you know, the sequel, its successor. But anyways, moving on. Press B to spin and break crates. Press A to jump. Bouncy crates allow you to bounce on them several times before breaking. So yeah, pretty much a rundown of the basic mechanics of this game. Although, speaking of the game's mechanics, I like how straight off the bat, you have the super body slam plus the double jump naturally in this game. Just like you do in Crash to Insanity, although this game came out a year before Crash to Insanity. But yeah, it's nice how they both have that in common. And it's convenient for the player as well, to be honest. Crates can be stacked. Spin or jump on them to get past. This is a real bop. And by the way, they reutilized this track for the Atmosphere levels. Do not spin TNT crates or they will explode. Jump on them to start the timer. So yeah, it's not a Crash Bandicoot game without TNT crates. Okay, so that's pretty much like the first half of the level, but yeah, after we just pass through all these cutscenes and you re-enter a level, you just play the whole level in full without being interrupted by cutscenes anyway. But yeah. Anyways, let's proceed. Allow me to harness my power of time and space to peer into the future. Of course. Since those wretched bandicoots keep thwarting us, the solution is to get them on our side, and I know just the fellow for the job. A new recruit? Indeed. Meet my secret weapon. I am Entrance, master of hypnotism. Meanwhile... Crash, help! You had to get sucked in by the vortex right there. Crash, wake up! Coco and Crunch have been abducted. Find me a power crystal so I can look into what's going on. Hurry! Alright, here we go. It's funny how, like, after you skip that cutscene, it registers as if you, like, you know, jumped. Because of the fact that you pressed the A button, which in my case is the X button on the PlayStation 5 controller that I have hooked up to my PC. Break the Aku Aku crate to summon me. I will protect you from one hit. Press A 2 times to jump even higher. Alright, here we go. Press R while jumping to body slam. This breaks steel crates. Speaking of the power-ups, because of the fact that we have the super body slam plus the double jump naturally, it makes space for 2 new power-ups, which you're gonna see after we defeat both the first and second boss fight in this game. The Crash Crate will give you an extra life. Yeah, pretty much obvious tips that we're already completely aware of. Hold A while bouncing to bounce even higher. So yeah, this is certainly going to be fun and eventful. Press R while running to slide. So you have a slide mechanic, very simplistic. But of course, you'll see how this game expands upon that later on. TNT crates can break other crates, just jump on one to start the timer. You know, it's funny because that only applies to the Game Boy Advance games. TNT crates actually only destroy steel crates in the Game Boy Advance games, and it doesn't do it in the PS1 games, nor does it do it in Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex or Insane Trilogy for that. Or even in Insane Trilogy for that matter. Spin the slot crate before it becomes unbreakable. Do not touch the green nitro crates. Do not touch green nitro crates or they will explode. But yeah, tips that we're already completely aware of. The green nitro switch box destroys all nitro crates in a level. Did you collect the purple crystal? Did you break all of the crates? Pretty rhetorical question, but okay, fuck it. Yeah, we get the picture. Okay, so we've got both the crystal and the gem in this level. So yeah, that's level 1 island intro complete. Oh no, watch out, Crash! I've got you, Crash! See him getting sucked into the vortex, but like, the fact that Aku Aku's like, you know, pulling him out just creates a whole malfunction inside the whole vortex mechanism per se. It just creates a malfunction in their device. Something is holding on to Crash. We need more power. Yeah, that's Aku Aku. Yeah, he'd say it more like, we need more power. This vortex must be the work of entropy. Or entropy. I finally captured that infernal bandicoot. As a result, we have fake Crash. I finally got all you obnoxious bandicoots. Would you do the honors, Entrance? With pleasure. Somewhere else in hyperspace. That took almost all the power I had, Crash. Good job getting the power crystal before we were pulled into the vortex, but I'll need a lot more crystals if we are to put an end to Entropy's plans. That floating island up ahead will allow us to go to different worlds and find crystals. Hopefully we can find Coco and Crunch and stop Entropy. I like that celebratory track that they play. Honestly, it certainly adds to the whole celebration aspect of like completing a level and just like, you know, game progression in its entirety. Like game progression in general. Okay, so here we are in what the game calls the warp zone. So like, they've taken a whole new concept on entering levels. Okay, so let's enter level 2, Prince of Persia, which is a pun on the title Prince of Persia, the game itself. So yeah, it's our first Arabian level, which is the Arabian level setting from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. By the way, straight off the bat, this game is practically a mixture of both. This game is practically a throwback to a mixture of Crash 3 and the Wrath of Cortex, because like, it has a mixture of aspects from both games, which you'll see as we progress through the game. And yeah, I get some of the voice lines that they are 100% perfect, but you know. Yeah, it's been a while. Oh yeah, by the way, in most of these platforming levels, if not like every single platforming level from level 2 onwards, there's like a gem shard. So yeah, that's our first green gem shard, and every green gem shard we collect, we practically unlock the level that contains, well, we practically unlock the secret level that contains the actual gem of the colour those gem shards are based on. So all the green gem shards unlock, pretty much all the green gem shards unlock the secret level that contains the green gem itself inside of it. it's interesting how like they remix these tracks as well. I don't know if anyone's joined the chat yet, because yeah, no one's joined the chat like right at the start of the stream, but you know. But yeah, I got into gameplay before that I even got the chance. But yeah, anyways, let's progress. Okay, I'll just do a little test just to make sure it's actually working properly. Okay, another test real quick, because the stream seems to have been muted on my phone, but yeah, that's what it appears like. Okay, just double checking real quick. Okay, now that's fine, perfect. Yeah, just had to be safe. Just had to be sure, you know. Just didn't want to spend all this time just like, you know, providing all of this commentary only for it to not process. That would have been such a massive piss take. But yeah, anyways, now that that's potentially a crisis averted, let's get back to business. So yeah, you can tell straight off the bat that they reused the exact same track for bonus rounds as they did in Crash Bandicoot Excess. They reused them for this game. There was certain potential to like, you know, remix the tracks, but at the same time it's like, you know, we did what we did, we can't change the past. It certainly feels more like, you know, this track certainly feels more like, what you call it? It feels more suitable to like, sort of like a special stage minigame type of challenge. But of course, it is what it is. It's not a bad track, of course. I still like it regardless. But yeah, as you can see the difference of Crash entering and exiting the bonus round from Excess to Entrance. Yeah, they treat it like it's a portal in Excess, but in Entrance they treat it as like an actual platform that goes on and off screen. So yeah, Crash just drifts on and off screen like that. Okay, so that's level 2 complete. Okay, now we're gonna play our first wakeboard level, or like the first board riding level, the first surfing level per se. Alright, let's jump into level 3 Lagoony Tunes. Crash. In this water world, you will need to use your wakeboard to collect the power crystal. The waters are guarded by a vicious shark, so be careful. Okay, here we go. And it's the exact same premise as in the snow levels where we were running away from the abominable snowman, or the Yeti, whatever you wanna call it, in Crash Bandicoot Excess. You can both have invincibility plus hold the B button in order to speed up the entire wave across the entire path. So yes, the exact same chase premise. And I gotta say, from the get-go, it's interesting how in this game, in comparison to the previous game, they actually utilize the potential advantage of what the Game Boy Advance has to offer, even though it does partially stretch its limits. it's interesting how like they're utilizing more visual effects, and not only that, but like they're utilizing like sort of like more asset work to in order to provide like, you know, more of an immersive type of atmosphere. Although I wouldn't be surprised if they actually used a GIF image itself, or like a GIF animation sequence image in order to, you know, in order to simulate the water. But as you can see, it's pretty obvious that they used an image, like a picture in the background. Don't know whether it's a PNG or a JPG or JPEG, however the fuck you want to put it, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they used that to simulate the skybox of these levels. But yeah, it's interesting because it makes the connection between the sea and the skies, and then you still see the abyss in the middle. Anyways, let's proceed. Okay, so here we are, Globetrotting, aka the first Atmosphere level. These mine ruins can only be traversed by using one of your favorite toys, the Atmosphere. Look out for nitro traps and ledges. So yeah, it's just full of traps. Okay, so here we are in the Atmosphere levels, which is a reference to Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. Roll your Atmosphere to the exit. Use A to brake and B to speed up. Because it's interesting how they introduce those types of mechanics as well, and you can like ricochet off the edges and all. But from a design perspective, it's interesting how like at this point they, in terms of like the Atmosphere, but they actually put, and by the way, you're gonna see this later on as well, but you'll be able to play as Crunch inside these types of levels too. And what they do for like Crash and Crunch's model for the Atmosphere levels is that they literally just, you know, they literally just take like a 3D model with no animations whatsoever and put it inside an atmosphere. And they just put it inside an atmosphere in a default T-pose sort of way. And it's funny because like, I remember back in the day when I was a kid, when I first played it for the very first time, I was like interpreting it as like a Jesus cross, because of course back then, with my simplistic mindset and like, you know, the simplistic amount of knowledge that I had back in the day at the time, that was way before I learned about models and all that. But yeah, like back when I was a kid, I was like, why are Crash and Crunch both in the shape of a Jesus cross when they're inside the atmosphere? It's like, you know, just one of those nostalgic type of, it's just one of those like wholesome nostalgic moments to just, you know, bring up. But yeah, by the way, people know we're not gonna discuss religion just because I made the whole Jesus cross comparison, just to make that clear. But anyways, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised though, honestly. Like, you know, I wouldn't put it past Vicarious Visions to actually put the model inside with like, to like, you know, put a T-posing model inside an atmosphere with no animations whatsoever, like no walking animations whatsoever, just like in Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, where there actually were walking and running animations depending on how fast you were going. Because of course, this is more inferior hardware we're talking about here. This is literally just handheld architecture built in 2001, so it's like, you can't really be surprised, to be completely honest. This music really makes these levels a lot more immersive in the process. It makes them a lot more fun too. This one is actually the easiest one, but the later ones, they pull some next trickery deceit type bullshit, which is proper next level. Okay, so like a smart tip would be to like smash these crates over here first before smashing that checkpoint. So yeah, it's smart to activate that checkpoint afterwards. Therefore, like if you are actually aiming to get the gem, if you are actually shooting to get the box gem in this level, then yeah, that'll certainly save you from having to go back to smashing those two crates every time you respawn from that particular checkpoint. But yeah, nah, I'm just taking my time with this, you know, it's It's all calm. This one's like the calmest one, to no surprise whatsoever. Honestly, I reckon you are properly tested on this level when it comes to the fucking time trials. Man, don't even get me started on those, and it's a good thing I'm not doing them in this live stream on top of that. Okay, now this part right here is a shortcut over here, which, by the way, skips a lot of crates, so if you're not going for the box gem, feel free to take that path. But of course, I'm just getting the box gems for fun personally, since they're not a requirement. Hell, like, in order to, like, you know, unlock the ultimate final boss fight, plus the alternate ending, you don't even need the box gems, let alone the relics. Legit, like, the minimum requirements to unlocking the ultimate final boss fight plus the alternate ending are just the crystals and the gem shards plus the colored gems themselves. That's it, nothing else. So yeah, they've definitely introduced some level of simplicity to this game. I presume Vicarious Visions didn't want it to be too hard for the players, but yeah, cut them a break. Alright, globe-trotting, here we fucking go. So that's that level complete. Okay, now let's jump into Pharaoh's Funhouse, the first Egyptian level of the game. So yeah, it's another Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped level theme type reference. Also, what's even more fun is that you can legit just jump on top of those alligators or whatever the fuck they're called. Alligators or crocodiles, whatever the fuck they're supposed to be. You can legit just bounce on top of them and like take no damage whatsoever. Alright, here we are in the bonus round. So I haven't explained this previously, but a lot of you may know, or a lot of you will know straight off the bat if you look at the stats on my Twitch channels, that you'll know for a fact that my Twitch channel has already hit and surpassed 900 followers, but of course I'm still doing my 800 follower special celebration livestream event regardless, because I have different plans for my 900 follower special celebration livestream event. So yeah, I'm doing this just to make sure no decent plan is scrapped or gone to waste in the process. Alright, here we go. You can legit just take this shit step by step, and wow, like, that was super close. I was almost like pretty much the entire height of Crash Bandicoot's model in this game. Well, pretty much the entire height of Crash's sprite in this game, deep into the pit. But of course, the enemy saved me. Okay, so we don't necessarily need this platform to activate that at this point, although like, it just activates the platforms, plus it starts opening up that door, which is another reference to Crash 3. So like, they have the opening and closing doors just like in Crash 3, but the difference here is that they open and close vertically as opposed to horizontally. Okay, so over here we have our first red gem shard. So yeah, these death paths per se, they start off really simplistic and get even harder and harder as you progress. By the way, here's an interesting hieroglyphic point or reference to point out. You can see there's a monk holding the you can actually see that there's a monk holding the Vicarious Visions logo, which, you know, is Vicarious Visions making their mark that in order to portray that they're the frontline developers of this game. You know, like, it would be priceless to actually see if this game was remastered, or like this game plus the previous game, Excess and Entranced. It would be funny to see them remastered with assets from Crash Bandicoot N. Sane Trilogy, and I mentioned in a previous livestream that it would be interesting to see them remastered with assets from the PS1 games themselves, because let's face it, that's practically what they did in order to build these Game Boy Advance games themselves in the first place. Yeah, the reason why I stopped there is because the invincibility will automatically destroy all the crates. Therefore, I would not be able to jump across that box bridge. But anyways, yeah, we just finished the level with the crystal plus the gem. Alright, Pharaoh's Funhouse. So at this point, we can't go down at this point or up on, like, you know, the next level, as in like the directions on the map, because like if you pretty much press a button that goes to an inactive, if you pretty much press a button that goes to, like, you know, an inactive point on the map, you hear a TNT crate sound effect, which is kind of funny. It's a nice way to, like, you know, simulate that as well. You can hear it like that as well. It's funny because like just for fun, you could even do that to, like, you know, simulate the TNT crate explosion, but without the explosion sound effect at the end of a countdown. So it can just be just like cue the explosion sound effect. Yeah, see what I did there, people? Yeah, man, like, that shit's just fun to do. Anyways, let's jump into Runaway Rug, the second Arabian level in Crash Bandicoot 2 Entrance. I was gonna say Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped because, like, man, like, because that's where they originally came from. So yeah, you couldn't put it past me. To be fair, like, there's nothing to put past me on that front. Okay, so straight off the bat, we're gonna pick up our second gem shard at some point in this level. Man, I'm having a lot of fun with this. Okay, invincibility. It's interesting how, like, over here, like, when you drop down, there's not really much to, what you call it. Okay, let's do this shit backwards. It's a good thing that it's actually pretty forgiving how over here they don't make it as, like, a pitfall that just, you know, sacrifices one of your lives, as in, like, an actual perilous pitfall. They just make it as, like, a pitfall that they just make it as, like, one of those pitfalls that save you, per se. Alright, so that'll be that. So we pick up our first crystal up top. Well, our crystal of this level, technically. But yeah, you get the picture. So yeah, they certainly brought back the flying carpet. And not only that, they've also introduced another new concept, and another new gameplay concept altogether, in relation to these flying carpets. And you're gonna see what it is. So it'll pretty much, long story short, it'll be like somewhat of a side-scrolling shoot 'em up, per se. Because I already have two Aku Aku masks in, like, because I've already picked up two Aku Aku masks in previous levels, and I haven't actually died yet, or lost a single Aku Aku mask at this point, although I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, since that's currently been the case at this point in time, it's practically been one invincibility, it's practically been one triple Aku Aku mask invincibility cycle after another. It's always fun when things work out that way. When it works out the opposite way, when it works out the polar opposite way, it fucks you over in the most fucked up places possible. Okay, here we go. Let's jump into the bonus round. So yeah, we got the second gem shard in the process. Well, the second green gem shard in the process. You know, it's interesting how whenever he enters the bonus round, the animation just pauses. It just freezes and pauses. I don't know whether or not they did that on purpose to, like, sort of compensate for the Game Boy Advance's limitations. But yeah. It's not a lot to animate, but I don't know whether or not. I don't know what the decision was. I don't know what the reason behind that decision was, but I at least know of the possibilities of that reason. So yeah, another piss easy bonus round, very simplistic. Okay, here we are. This is the new gameplay concept that I was talking about. So yeah, Crash pretty much turns into like a sensei type of motherfucker, shooting all these like, he's kind of like a monk in a way, and it's pretty cool how like you can like shoot these motherfuckers with like using this type of like chi power or whatever the fuck it is, although chi technically means power. And it's also funny how like they use the most basic pew pew type of sound effect as well. So like you can legit pew the living type of these motherfuckers plus the crates that cross your path. It was a really cool concept in my opinion. But yeah, and that just shoots out orbs of power. So yeah, there's a crystal right there. That was super close. I could have landed into the fire pit just there. But nah man, we move, let's go. But yeah, I'm treading carefully. By the way, over here is literally just another one of those safe pitfalls per se. So yeah, Warp Room 1, well I call it Warp Room 1, but like the first part of the warp zone literally just hold your hand. Well, I say hold your hand, but now like it makes it so like it plays it safe. It makes it so the player can play it safe per se. Alright, let's get out of this level since we've just completed it with a crystal and gem. Okay, now up to the first boss fight where we face Evil Crunch. Also another reference to Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, which, you know, interestingly enough, that's how Crunch Bandicoot was created. He was literally created as like a warrior, like a Bandicoot warrior of Cortex's creation in order to destroy Crash, but then he turned good. So yeah, presumably this game will presumably XS Plus this game takes place after that, but he gets brainwashed again by someone else. And it's even more priceless that Crunch and Coco both get brainwashed again by... They both get brainwashed again by Cortex, but in Crash Mind Over Mutant as well. So yeah, that's 3 times Crunch gets brainwashed, and 2 times Coco gets brainwashed. The only one to not get brainwashed is Crash. But of course, Entropy and Entrance are tricked into thinking that they got brainwashed. Anyways, let's jump into Evil Crunch. Okay, so this is actually a piss easy boss fight. It's easier than a lot of people make it, because literally, all you can do, actually, like, here's a hack that you can pull off. Well, it's not necessarily a hack, but like, it's a very simple trick, which helps you the entire way. So legit, all you have to do is just remain on the bottom left corner, and then just pew the living fuck out of the nitro crates, and then the second Crunch just elevates to the nitro crates in the center of the screen. Just elevate yourself, just bring yourself up and start shooting him with Crash's orbs of power. Just like that, he was piss easily defeated. Oh man, brainwashed again. Thanks for saving me, Crash. Good news, Crash. The crystals you collected have allowed me to open a new area of the island. We can get to new worlds from there. Okay, so just like that, we've unlocked our first power-up, the Super Slider, aka the first brand new power-up introduced in this game. Hold L and push R to break crates and go farther as you slide. So yeah, that's a massive enhancement on the sliding power itself. Okay, so let's proceed on to the first level of the second part, Tiki Torture. So this level pretty much has like it has a mixture of both. The atmosphere from the like, it has a mixture of both the atmosphere from the prehistoric levels from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped, plus the island volcano levels in Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, but the soundtrack itself, well, the track for like this game's soundtrack itself that they made for it was literally just a remix of the prehistoric levels from Crash 3, which, you know, is still pretty fitting. And yeah, as mentioned previously, actually I think I mentioned this previously when I was in level 1, but yeah, they reused the whole island setting. They reused the whole island type of setting from level 1 island intro in order as like a template in order to expand upon it, which is pretty neat. But yeah, as you've seen earlier, the super slide is actually pretty effective, and you can reach to like multiple different lengths when it comes to the super slide. Alright, here we go. It's fun, although saying that, like, it's funny how this is a prehistoric volcano type setting, yet they reused those water platforms from level 20 Tomb Raider in Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped, which is one of the Egyptian level variants within that game. Okay, so yeah, we drop down here for our first blue gem shard. So yeah, in case you people haven't clocked it yet, the Arabian levels contain the green gem shards, the Egyptian levels contain the red gem shards, and the prehistoric levels contain the blue gem shards. Okay, so yeah, we can just, since that one was piss easy as fuck, we can just piss easily make our way back and forth. Now into the bonus round. Honestly, since it's interesting how no one's popped into the chat yet, but anyways, I'm not really surprised either, because, you know, a lot of people are still busy at this time for what it's worth. Although, to be honest, I've actually had a lot of material to provide in terms of commentary, so it's like, the commentary's still been good when it comes to like how it all pans out. But yeah, it's fun to just jump on all these crates at the top. So yeah, very simplistic bonus round. Alright, so we're back in business. So yeah, you can't kill those monkey type enemies with the bananas by jumping on top of them. You can only kill them by either spinning them or sliding them. Although, speaking of which, their sound effects are proper fucking obnoxious, which, by the way, they sampled from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, I presume. So they brought back the tribal type of lab assistant enemies as well. And some of them like do different things. As you saw, one of them was throwing spears, and another one right here is actually just swallowing some type of chemical, whatever the fuck you call it. And it's just like breathing out lava. Okay, that's my first death, but fuck it. What, first part of the game without a death though. That's still pretty good for what it's worth. It's not a major loss dying in this level for the first time, to be fair. Again, like, still not much of a loss. Like, it is possible to jump on top of that crate and then land on top of that platform. I've done it like multiple times before. But yeah, certain things in the game are just fun to do. There we go. But of course, like, when you land back on that, you gotta watch out for, you know, that lava that rises from, well, that lava blob that rises from the lava itself. And just like that, we've completed Tiki Torture with the crystal plus the gem. Although, speaking of that lava blob sound effect, it's interesting how they reutilized that same sound effect from the Sonic games. I predominantly hear it though in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 because of, well, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles because of Lava Reef Zone, to my personal recollection. But anyways, yeah, that's that complete. So, Hopping Coffins is the next level. within the game. Then afterwards, of course, we play with Crunch. Well, we play as Crunch in the next level. So yeah, I'm certainly having a lot of fun in this game so far, especially with this live stream. And of course, everyone will jump in whenever they see fit. I'm all good with just, you know, getting the stream out of the way personally. Because, like, it's not just about the people you show up, it's about the content you provide too. But yeah, it's nice to see. It's nice to see people watching at the very least. Okay, so level 8 hoppin' coppin'. Okay, so level 8 hoppin' coffins. Let's go, let's fucking go. Yeah, I autopiloted saying hoppin' coppin' for whatever fucking reason, but what the fuck ever. Oh yeah, this part also reminds me of the fact that, it reminds me of back when Dingo Crash was, you know, doing a livestream series of Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced itself. And him and Dark Spectre were talking about the whole level. They were talking about, like, you know, the level name Snow Job from the previous level, which, by the way, like, interesting subliminal level name. And then the second Daniel entered this level, Daniel aka Dingo Crash and Noah aka Dark Spectre. But yeah, the second Daniel entered this level, he was like, "It's funny you're talking about Snow Job and then a secret in the shape of a dick." But yeah, like, another phallic imagery reference per se. So yeah, phallic imagery. Even Noah pointed that out himself. He was like, "That's phallic imagery right there." But yeah, man, it's nice how these live streams that you see in the past just create all these memories, and to just bring them up in your own live streams, it just shows that you're keeping those memories alive. It just proves that, you know, the people that you come across are forever within your memories. Okay. Yeah, man, it's just fun killing these motherfuckers within this game. Alright, let's go. Let's proceed. Okay, so this bonus round is very simplistic. They have, like, they have more of like an upper section in this bonus round, although I think, like, they make it harder with, like, I think they just use the slippery oil in this level plus the previous level, I think, in order to sort of make it harder. So yeah, it's either oil or tar, so it's the same premise that they reutilized. Well, they reutilized the same premise as they did in Crash 3. So it's like the ice physics, but reinterpreted as oil physics. Although, like, it's really interesting because every time, like, there's slippery physics in the game, people think by default that people automatically associate ice to them by default because of how ice is, like, a common slippery substance. And they don't, like, normally associate substances like oil and all that shit. But yeah, no, it is what it is. It's funny how oil in general... Okay, that was pretty cheap, the way I died in that bonus round. But yeah, I miscalculated that platform there. Anyways, that's not a major loss. I didn't have an Akwaku mask on me anyway, and plus you don't even lose lives in the bonus round on top of that. It is a bit of a waste of time, I admit, but fuck it. This isn't such a big bonus round. It's not such a robust bonus round still. Okay, even though that was cheap as fuck, still not a massive loss. It's not such a robust bonus round, so for what it's worth, I can immediately put it behind me because I can just immediately put it in the past because it's not such a big deal. But yeah, no, like, it's great to see. It's honestly just great to be playing these games, just reliving nostalgia and all that good shit. Yeah, that's certainly a fun and more skilled way to pull that shit off. Okay, here we go. Alright, take 2 for this shit. Okay, that was a much better execution. Of course, the rest of Nitro crates, so it's nothing to make a big deal out of or fixate on. So yeah, let's proceed. It makes sense how they call this level Hoppin' Coffins, because they brought back those like coffin mummy, those like mummy enemies wrapped inside coffins, wrapped inside like, you know, actual coffins, just hopping across the entire terrain of the level, just hopping across the tomb. Okay, so I think in comparison to the previous level, from my personal recollection, the gem shard is up top as opposed to down at the bottom. Okay, yeah, that was a cheap death, but fuck it, we move. They even brought back the snakes, although they reinterpret them differently. Because like they put them inside a pot per se, whereas like in Crash 3 they're just slithering around the floor. Well, not necessarily slithering, but like just swerving around the floor per se. But yeah, I always break that one first, therefore I can just get that life crate just for the fun of it. Okay, so interestingly enough, even though you can like, even though like you can break the crate and then go back, you can actually access that death path all the way from the back as well, so it's like, it's not a loss. Plus, like, this is actually a more fitting way to do it because the path is just full of nitro crates. Okay, so just like that, we've unlocked the box gem, and on top of that, we can actually get the gem shard up here as well. Plus, we can even make it up here to this death path, or it's not even a hidden death path, it's just a general death path. But yeah, I know we didn't have to go here, but I just figured I'd go here for showcase purposes, just for the fun of it. Well, pretty much 50% for showcase purposes, 50% for the fun of it. We'll get the picture. Alright, so that's Hoppin' Coffins complete with the crystal, the gem, plus the gem shard. Alright, so level 9 barrel roll, aka the first crunch atmosphere level. Now it is your turn to use the atmosphere crunch, but be careful, Entropy has added some new dangers. So they upped the ante in terms of the types of traps that they put in. So they put nitro barrels in addition to nitro crates themselves, so it's like, it's just 10 times more hazardous. Well, it's more like 2 times more hazardous. The next one is more like 10 times more hazardous. Okay, so first secret area up here, where we actually have a crate. It's interesting where like they just contain just like, you know, one crate, a life crate that you can pick up. It's funny how like low poly, or not even low poly, but low resolution these crates are. Which, you know, again, doesn't surprise me because of inferior set hardware. It doesn't surprise me whatsoever because of inferior set hardware architecture. So yeah, we go around the back because we got crates around the back. There's 3 crates around the back to be precise. So yeah, if you're getting the gem, don't let that trickery deceit type shit fool you with the arrows. Because there's a crate back here as well. And no, they don't provide speed boosts either, as you are probably aware in the previous atmosphere level. I remember finding this one hard initially though, when I first played it. When I played it for like the very first time on the actual Game Boy Advance itself. But of course, I improved as time progressed. And I say that, yeah, I just got killed by a fucking nitro roller. Or I got fucking killed by a nitro barrel. Speaking of which, I fall off the fucking platform and all. But yeah, always gotta watch your step. Or in this case, just watch your roll. But yeah, it's like, slow your roll, Jack. More to the point on how they make the crates look low res as fuck. Even the nitro crates, wait, what the fuck is a crate? But yeah, like even the nitro crates, you can't even see the word nitro being written properly. They kind of just like, I don't know, it looks like there's 3 I's or 3 R's in the middle. But of course, that's just effect of, you know, what you call it. That's just effect of the perception of low resolution within the game's engine, I presume. Okay, so before we progress to this path, there's a secret area over here with a few more crates, or just one more crate. Yeah, it's crazy though, like, they make the most expanded areas possible just to get one crate, just for one poxy crate. It's, in a way, it's a bit of a backhanded piss take towards the player, but, you know, we ended up putting up with it. See, this is the thing that pisses me off about these mechanics. Like, if you go too fast, if you go like way too fast up these slopes, if you go like way too fast up these slopes at the most accelerated speed possible, you don't actually go up. You just spin. You either spin in midair or you just spin right at the top of the slope. So yeah, like that's a real piss take right there. Fucking hell, see, like, you don't always anticipate that, but fuck it. But anyways, I've destroyed a lot of shit behind in the past points of the level, so fuck it. I really don't have that much in front of my path anymore. So yeah, it's good that you can speed up and you can brake in terms of, you know, the mechanics of the atmosphere controls. Well, it's saying that though, like, the atmosphere, like the mechanics themselves are literally just ball rolling mechanics when it comes to mobility, because that's literally all it is. That's all they're simulating. But they sort of made that ball see-through with like particular acids, and then they just put a model inside. They sort of like parent the model to that sphere type of object, to that spherical object, in order to actually simulate that a character is inside a sphere, in order to simulate the whole character being placed inside an atmosphere premise. Yeah, it's a very neat concept that they came up with. It's a pretty neat concept that Traveller's Tales came up with in Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. And it's pretty cool that Vicarious Visions decided to reutilize it for this game as well. It made Crash Bandicoot 2 and Trance more fun, although in terms of Crunch as a character as well, like, when you see like another character being unlocked in the game, you'd think like they'd be able to have more types of gameplay mechanics. Like, for example, there's sort of like potential for Crunch to have like other types of gameplay concepts apart from just replacing Crash in the Atmosphere levels, well, within the later Atmosphere levels. And yet this is just a secret path that takes you up to the end portal, but of course we're not going there. We're not going there yet because there are crates within the main path. But yeah, it does make you wonder what they could have done, what more they could have done with both Crunch and Coco, as opposed to just limiting them to one type of gameplay concept. It's like we legit could have had platforming levels with both Crunch and Coco. But you know, we can't change the past. I still like what this game has become regardless, especially since, you know, it's one of the games that shaped my childhood. So yeah, it's still pretty wholesome in that respect. Okay, so Flock Full of Seagulls, the second wakeboard surfing level. Yeah, they make them harder and harder each time. Man, I'm having a proper chill time with this stream. Honestly, it almost feels like I'm not even live streaming, to be honest. It feels like, you know, I'm just here in my own space. Sort of like rehearsing commentary, per se, but not really. Like, people are just probably chilling to this live stream in the background, per se. Probably while they're doing coursework or whatever, whether it's college work or uni work. But yeah, people, welcome to the Crash Bandicoot vs Jaws reference, or Crash Bandicoot X Jaws crossover, per se. Crash being chased by Jaws, that's actually a funny premise. But yeah, sometimes, like, the shark just, like, chases you even more consecutively to the point where, you know, the whole chasing track, well, the whole track that builds up the whole immersivity, per se, of the chasing premise, it doesn't play the whole time. Like, it doesn't play every single time. Did he? He didn't even smash that crate. You know what, fuck it. You know what, that went perfectly until Crash missed that crate. Also, yeah, by the way, the shark does sometimes smash crates for you, but it depends where he's positioned. That's the thing. It always depends on where he's positioned. Of course, you can kite to where the shark... You can kite to whichever vertical point, or technically... Actually, well, I say vertical, but you can actually... That's not really accurate, but yeah. You can technically kite the shark to whichever horizontal point on the screen you want him to go to, if you hypothetically missed a crate at whatever point in the level. So yeah, once again, it's the exact same premise as the whole abominable snowman. So yeah, like, it's the exact same premise as the whole abominable snowman / Yeti premise. Come on, shark, break that crate. He didn't fucking break it, the prick. Okay. You know what, like, it's not that big of a deal. It's funny how I'm restarting this level multiple times, yet, like, I'm not losing any lives over it. Because, like, the shark's not actually killing me. Well, yeah, I'll say that now, but yeah, don't want to speak too soon. Don't want to jinx it. Fucking hell, I don't know why he's missing that crate. Come on, shark. Yes. Do me a solid there. Yes, sometimes the shark does you a solid. Yet sometimes he jumps for crates, but he doesn't do that all the time. But nah, fuck it. Alright, here we go. Okay, so yeah, we're still moving. Oh yeah, another thing that I didn't point out previously, I don't know whether or not I forgot to point it out, but like, I was really caught up in commentary with other parts of the game. Okay, just break that crate. Fuck yes. But yeah, one thing that I haven't previously pointed out is those grass assets from the prehistoric levels in Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. It's interesting how, like, they reused those particular assets in order to, like, slow down the player's movement the second Crash comes into interaction with it. Okay, break that crate. Don't be a prick. Okay, there's one more crate. Yeah, there's definitely one more crate. So he did break it. It's priceless how you can legit, you know, just bait the shark just by jumping out of the way the second he bites down. It's like, oh, you think you're gonna eat me? Not happening, bruh. It's like, bitch please, there's no way you're gonna have Crash Bandicoot for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Ain't no fucking way. Alright, so let's progress. Okay, so I know it could have gone smoother, but fuck it. It didn't go too bad for what it's worth. Okay, now for the second prehistoric level, Magma Mania. Yeah, I call it prehistoric level because, you know, I'm primarily referencing Crash 3 just there because, you know, that's originally where the concept came from, but it's technically a volcano island level or island volcano level, however you want to put it as well. So it's a mixture of both things. Anyways, let's jump in. Oh yeah, another thing that, you know, you've probably clocked, but I didn't really point out previously, is that now after we've defeated Crunch, like, it's not just Crash's face that pops up on the pause menu when it comes to like the C part, when it comes to like, you know, the whole C letter texture. Now like, it's not just Crash's face on top of the C letter texture now on the pause menu. Now both Crash and Crunch's faces are on top of a C letter within the pause menu, and then afterwards soon Coco's face will be placed on top of that texture. Okay people, so we've reached another one of those situations where the gem shard is right down at the bottom and before the first checkpoint as well. Okay, that was pretty cheap. The neat thing about this one is that you can legit just utilize the super slide to just slide across back and forth in order to like get to where you need. Okay, so we got these platforms over here, which we can like choose to proceed to the level, or we can just backtrack to the main part of the level, which of course I choose to do the latter. And it's not that complicated for me personally. I've done this multiple times in the past. Although it's pretty fucked up how I could have done the second half of that with invincibility, but it's not such a long path. By the way, that enemy right there, you know, that bird that literally just plummeted to the ground, that enemy was legit sampled from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. It was literally from the Volcano Island level within the final warp room in Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. Well, yeah, the final warp room if we're not counting the secret level. I mean, if we're not counting the secret warp room, then yes, the 5th warp room is indeed the final warp room. Okay, that was super close. That was a risk to take and all. Okay, yeah. Don't want to take too many risks. It's kind of interesting how like they put the bonus round platform right in the middle, because like it sort of in a way tricks the explorer within the player to like adventure through there to see if there's anything else, but there's not. It turns out there's just nothing there, so yeah. Partial debate there. Okay, so here we are back to the main path. Okay, so yeah, we can definitely make it back up there. Okay, so either you can let that enemy die by plummeting, or you can kill it manually by double jumping and spinning, or like, you know, slide double jumping and spinning it, just to kill it. And here we are with the introduction of the freeze crates, of the ice freeze crates, which pretty much, it freezes the movements of all the enemies within the current level for a certain period of time. And here we are with another throwback of a concept. So here we are. So the helicopter pack concept actually makes a comeback in Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. So yeah, they've literally sampled this premise from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. And like the model certainly looks a little bit more high res in comparison to, you know, the actual main proper Crash Bandicoot model that you know actually appears on screen, that's present whenever you're just platforming in general. It's funny how like you don't necessarily have to spin the crates because like it breaks it for you, but yeah, I just do that for fun personally. Okay, so that's Magma Mania complete with the crystal, the gem plus the gem shard. Okay, Magma Mania complete. Just like that, we're already on to the second boss fight, Evil Coco. Okay, I don't know whether anyone's posted or anything in the chat or not, but I'll check soon. Okay, so she's dropping rockets right here. You know what's interesting, like, you know what's also funny? It's in a way sort of like a reskin, but at the same time not a reskin, but like, they pretty much like reuse the premise of the whole Dingodile boss fight premise. They pretty much they reutilized the same premise from the Dingodile boss fight concept within Crash Bandicoot Excess, and pretty much like the perspectives are the same, but like, well, actually no, pretty much the roles are the same, but the perspectives are different. In that boss fight, you're like, you know, what you call it, you're fighting them from, like, you're attacking from, pretty much like from the Dingodile boss fight, you're attacking from above, but from this particular boss fight, the Evil Coco boss fight, you're fighting from below. So yeah, you're fighting up above within the Dingodile boss fight, but in the Evil Coco boss fight, you're fighting from down below. Yeah, I figured that was a better way to put it personally, but fuck it. These obstacles are piss easy to dodge, but the way I died previously, it was nothing but just a cheap miscalculation per se. At this point they just like get rid of the platforms to like up the ante per se. Pump up the stakes, you know? Raise the stakes. It's so fucking crazy how the laser gets proper close to you. It gets so fucking close to you the second like it just stops producing the laser. The second like the machinery, the second the mech stops producing the laser, like that automatically like creates like a sense of security, because like previously the player was given a false sense of insecurity per se. But anyway, that's that boss fight complete. Coco's like, "Oh Crash, thank you. How did you break out of Entrance's hypnosis?" Fun fact, Crash Bandicoot was never under Entrance's hypnosis in the first place. Da da da. That's right. Thus the creation of Fake Crash. Well, technically, Fake Crash's first appearance was in Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped as an Easter egg, but I presume Vicarious Visions just decided to give him a storyline in this game, within their particular series of this game. Hey, fuck it, it's their series, so they presumed, they were like, fuck it, let's give him a storyline. Let's pack more content into this game. Why not? Pack as much content to as possible. Something strange happened when you were being pulled into the vortex crash. Coco saw someone in Entropy's secret base that looked like you. I'll try to find out while you go collect more crystals. Okay, so just like that, we have the rocket jump unlocked. So yeah, that's the second new power-up that we unlock in this game. Hold L and push A to jump even higher. It's interesting how both these new power-ups in common have the premise of holding L in terms of like the button combo concept. But yeah, now this is a pretty cool power-up for what it's worth. The only power-ups that actually repeat in terms of like collecting power-ups in this game though are the Death Tornado power-up plus the Speed Cheese power-up, which of course they call it the Turbo Run in this series. Alright, let's progress. Okay, so we are progressing quite nicely at this point. Okay, so now we're in the third section. Okay, so we're past the Island Warp area. We've completed the Crystal Desert area. Now we progress on to the Stairway area. Alright, so the next level we're gonna play is Run from the Sun. So yeah, interesting how they put level 11 before the... what do you call it? They put level 11 before this boss fight, before the second boss fight, and they put level 12 after the second boss fight. But anyways, let's jump in. This is the first level. We play as Coco, and also yeah, there's only 2 levels of this particular variant, so yeah. Anyways, yeah, Run from the Sun, let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's jump in. The next power crystal is located in space. Coco, you must use your spacesuit and rocket tug to retrieve it. Entropy has sent a huge fireball that will destroy the crystal if you do not move fast enough. But I have created turbo gates to help you stay ahead of the danger. Alright, let's go. Interestingly enough, they reutilized the exact same premise as the jetpack concept from Crash Bandicoot XS, which of course they reutilized from Crash 2 as like a forward-facing arcade shoot-'em-up type of premise per se. So yeah, press A to shoot, press B to speed up. But of course we're pressing A a lot more predominantly. Interestingly enough, I don't know whether or not this is done on purpose, but every single crate, if you look at the design of every single crate in this particular level, or in this particular level type of variant, you can see like the design of every single one of them has like white square faces plastered all over them, apart from the top of the bottom, but like the sides of the square faces are all white. I presume they did that so then there's like less chance of blending into the back. I presume they did that so then there's like less chance of them blending into the black background. But yeah, it's just interesting. And they brought back these UFO type motherfuckers, these lab assistants inside UFO pods that are designed to fuck you over. You can even shoot asteroids as well. But yeah, all different types of enemies. We have like robots in space. So yeah, this one in a way is sort of less chill in comparison to the previous type of concept utilized in Crash Bandicoot XS, because not only are you actually shooting enemies on your path, you're actually trying to get away from a certain, you're actually trying to get away from a danger, so you gotta complete the level as fast as possible. But yeah, just like that, the level's complete with both the crystal and gem. Alright, so that's that complete. Now it's Istanbul. Okay, so the next Arabian level within the game. Okay, so yeah, now as you can see, Crash, Crunch and Coco, like all 3 characters, Crash, Crunch and Coco, are placed on top of the C letter, the C character texture within the actual pause menu. So yeah, like just interesting attention to detail that they just decided to, you know, sort of pay attention to and work on in the game. Also, this is the level that actually introduces these type of sliding flagpoles per se, although I don't think they're even flagpoles, but they're just poles in general. Okay, so this will be a good place to utilize the rocket jump. As you can see, like, it's even higher than the double jump, but the only drawback that, you know, that particular power-up actually has though, is that like you're partially immobilized when like in the middle of performing that. You're partially immobilized because you can't perform anything else afterwards. Okay, so the main path is here, so I'll adventure through the death path first, although like I think this might be the last time we actually adventure through it. Well, not the last time we adventure through it, but I think this might be the last time where like it would be safe to take, you know, the death path first in comparison to upcoming levels. Hang on, let me double check something, because I presume this is the level that has that crate at the start. Oh wait, no it doesn't. I'm thinking of the next level probably. Yeah, because I know that there's one of these Arabian levels that actually has like a secret part at the start of the level which contains a hidden crate. And if you're really going for the box gem and you miss that crate and you don't even know, like, and you're completely unaware of that secret area, then yeah, you're pretty much fucked. And yeah, that proper pisses the player off. So yeah, it's a premise that they brought back in Crash Bandicoot 4, it's about time. Okay, let's go. Okay, that was cheap. I know I could have respawned at that checkpoint, fuck it. I didn't know whether or not I was going to make that, that's the thing. Although I still could have piss easily made it without dying, but fuck it. Whatever happens, happens. Not everything is in our control. Just concentrate on what we can control. That's all we can do. Okay, pretty good execution there. So yeah, they certainly make these areas, well, I wouldn't necessarily say more cryptic, but more hazardous per se. I mean, that's the whole point of the death path, so little to no surprise there. Fucking hell. Yeah, I was gonna go over and jump back, but fuck it. That was pretty cheap. But hey, cheap deaths happened in the previous livestream, so honestly, it doesn't really disappoint me that much, to be honest. Although the invincibility in later levels would actually help a fuck ton. But you know, it is what it is. Honestly, like, it's not that deep. I say that, yet that fucking scorpion just kills me because of shitty ass hitbox management. But you know, at the same time, fuck it. As long as we don't spend too long in one place, it's all good. This isn't even a hard section either, so it's like all the less reason to spend 10 fucking years over here. Yeah, fuck them up just like that. Okay, let's pick up the gem shard. Of course they made that a pointless hazard. That was so fucking cheap, what the fuck? Actually, I know what I could have done there. I know precisely what I could have done there. Okay. Okay, that was really close. Wow, okay, that was pretty neat. Okay, that did fuck me over, but... Okay, perhaps I couldn't have done that, but screw it. I mean, of course jumping back onto the carpet is the obvious option, but you know. But I have made it unscathed before. I mean, if someone wants to act on past experiences, what's stopping them? It's like, you can't expect the same thing to happen every time, but it is what it is. Okay, so we move. So yeah, this stream has definitely been super chill so far. Okay, we made it. yeah, there's always timing as well. Yeah, there's not necessarily a need to go back there, so fuck it. Okay, well that's definitely a good time and place to get a checkpoint after you picked up a gem shard, even though we have like a checkpoint in the main path anyway, so like fuck it. By the way people, yeah, you're not fucked if you don't, if, you know, you blow up those crates before going up here, because of course you have the rocket jump. Alright, let's go. They even utilize the same type of enemies from Crash 3 as well, especially with those motherfuckers with the machetes. And at a later point you'll see those other enemies with the cocktail molotovs, or molotov cocktails, however you want to put it. What the fuck? Okay, come on, that was a waste of 2 Aku Aku masks right there. I didn't lose a life, but that was definitely a waste of 2 Aku Aku masks. Like, come the fuck on. At least the sick thing about these poles is that you can actually glide across them by spinning across the mid-air. Like, by spinning horizontally across, you know, by spinning horizontally across mid-air. It's pretty dope. I know I could have piss easily done that, but yeah, there was a small part of me that just wanted to get the life out of it, and it didn't look like there was going to be a chance of me getting it, taking into account, you know, the circumstances of that slot crate. That's a much better approach to take. Might not be the safest approach, but it's certainly an approach that worked. It might not be the safest approach, but it's certainly an approach that worked in my favour, to say the least. Okay, yeah, I'm not falling for that fake trap. I'm not falling for that fake safety net type of pitfall. Alright, let's proceed. Okay, that's that bonus round complete. Okay, now down here, of course, since if you've already completed the death path, you'll know to proceed with caution, because this is where, of course, this is where, like, you've sort of created, this is where, like, you know, you've gotten rid of all those crates in order to unlock the exit to this, the exit from this death path, which is a better way to put it. But if you didn't, then you'd see a stack of, well, not necessarily a stack, but as you've seen earlier, you'll see the row of steel crates that were here. Alright, so moving on. Oh, this is exactly what I was talking about. Although, I say that they are technically cocktail molotovs. Okay, that was a fucking cheap way to die. Talk about dumb ways to die. Like, dumb ways to die. I don't even know how old that reference is, but it's been around for a long time now. Okay, that was even more cheap. Okay, so don't attempt fate way too much, but you know, at least we got the death. But you know, at least we got the death path out of the way. There. That's payback in protest of killing me earlier on. That's legit payback out of protest of killing me earlier on. cool, I got a double kill on those motherfuckers. Okay, here we are, back to this flying carpet section. But of course they're getting harder and harder as the levels progress. Man, these are so fucked up. We don't always expect it to go to plan, but fuck it. I don't know why the shots are missing, like, these lab assistants. It's fucking stupid. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. You know what's an even bigger piss take? I legit could have had invincibility on them. But no, since they decided to fuck up. Since this section decided to take the piss, it panned out the way it panned out. But yeah, nah, that's terrible hitbox management over there. So yeah, welcome back to Crash Bandicoot Excess, people. Okay, so there's a roof above this, so I can't really do anything about that. Let's freeze these motherfuckers. Just like that, the level's complete. With the crystal plus the gem and the gem shard. Okay, now it's Istanbul is complete, so yeah. It's interesting how they simulate that as like Turkey. Yeah, because Istanbul is technically a place in Turkey. Alright, so Mr. Lava Lava, I like that fucking... It's funny how they made the name of this level a Shaggy reference, like Mr. Lava Lava. Okay, let's go. Let's fucking go. Kill that mofo. Okay, so they introduced like the pole sliding sections over here, which makes it even more like, you know. Okay, so over here we're not going to go down this pit because that's an actual death pit there. Okay, this bonus round, yeah, they set it in a more like underground volcano type of setting. But yeah, we're getting closer and closer. Yeah, this one's pretty smooth sailing for what it's worth. Just like avoid the lava and all that shit. Okay, that one was simple enough. Okay. Okay, I don't think there's anything down here. It was pretty cool the way they introduced that rocket, just like another animation to put in place. Oh, that's right, they put a trapdoor here just to make it so we can't go back. If we've missed anything. If you've missed anything, you're fucked. Okay, so here we go. Alright. I don't know whether or not the nitro crate actually blows up that life crate, but it's always safe to get it just in case. Okay, they make this more of like an escape part. The perils just keep on coming. They just keep on coming. They never stop. And just like super slide through this section. Okay, so this is where the blue gem shard is. Or at least the gem shard for this level. Okay, that was close. Okay, just gonna drop. Alright. It's funny how like it just makes the path more it's funny how like that exclamation mark crate just makes the path like twice as dangerous just by, you know, putting the fucking what you call it. But like, you know, just filling in those phased out crates as nitro crates. And yeah, like this is pretty much like the optimal way to do it if you just want to get more lives and shit. Just the optimal way of getting all the crates. I slid into that motherfucker. How the fuck did he take an Aquaku mask away from me? We'll never fucking know. But yeah. But now I put it down to poor hitbox management. But yeah, fuck it. Alright, let's GTFO. We've just completed Mr. Lava Lava with the crystal, the gem plus the gem shard. Yeah, I know some of you wondering what that actual crate, or what that crate actually was. But yeah. But yeah, it's nothing but just a blank crate. Just so you lot were aware. Yeah, because I broke the crate pretty much the second it just, you know. I broke it the second, I jumped on top of it the second. I literally jumped on top of it the second it spawned, so no one got a chance to see what it was. But yeah, I just figured I'd showcase it for the fun of it. By the way, yeah, even though there's the rotating clock right there for the time trials, we're not actually going to be doing them. So yeah, it's what we do in order to get the relics in this game. Okay, so let's jump into the level Waterlogged, which is the third and final wakeboard surfing level. Let's fucking go. Yeah, this one I presume is gonna be somewhat tough. These barriers, they're piss easy to dodge, but like, the barriers aren't even the problem for me personally. I can just dodge them just fine. It's just like, it's just a case of like, you know, picking up the crates and based on like the way they're scattered and all that shit. Oh, that was super close. That was super fucking close. Oh, it's always great whenever you catch them, and that was close as fuck. Shark almost had Crash just then. He almost had me, bro. Almost had me, but nah, not happening, bro. Wait, did he just miss the fucking crate? You know what? I'm gonna restart the level because I'm not wasting time. So yeah, like, it's just time to call it the second the shark misses the level. You know what, fuck it, I'm not gonna wait for shark. I'm not gonna wait for the shark to break the crates. Especially in this level because this is a longer level compared to the previous two of this type of level variant. Also, yeah, watch out for seagulls as well, because they're also a threat to you in this game. I practically threaded the needle in between those two barriers, or in between those three barriers, per se. Or among those three barriers, which, you know, might be the correct way of saying it, but fuck it. Fucking hell, like, we only had like 25 crates, and the shark actually did me a solid by smashing that final crate. That's so fucking cheap. Like, the shark killed me the second, like, the animation, the ending level animation played. That is so broken. Like, Crash literally picked up both the crystal plus the gem within that second. Within that split second. Okay, this time I debated the shark. Although like, I technically don't count it as killing me because the level was already complete at that point, but of course, the level's programming just decided to reset the level, which is cheap as fuck. Then again, like, that must have been like, you know, a developer oversight per se, in order to still make the sharks chasing and biting animation, or the sharks chasing, biting and eating point animation, let's, you know, still play while the level was just finishing up at its culmination point. But yeah, man, hopefully if this game ever does get remastered by like either an official company or whether just someone just decides to make a fan-made remaster, yeah, hopefully the shark biting points won't be as fucked up. But yeah, let's progress. Okay, so we completed waterlogged with the crystal plus the gem. Okay, slip and sliding sphinx. Let's jump in. Okay, so this one actually reutilizes the whole Tomb Raider concept, the whole rising water from level 20 Tomb Raider. Did I actually say like Tomb Raider? But yeah, it utilizes the exact same premise as the level, what do you call it? It reutilizes the exact same level premise. It reutilizes the exact same water rising premise from level 20 Tomb Raider from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. I know that's not a speech impediment right there. It's literally called Tomb Raider. But also a partial reference to the level, also a partial reference to the level Tomb Raider there. Okay, so I'm not gonna get that checkpoint crate just yet. Okay, so let's take this step by step, because we can get an invincibility over here. Yeah man, just play it safe. Perfect, yeah, I fucking knew it. Okay people, it's officially time. Now that we have the triple Akaku mask invincibility, let's fuck shit up. We can just legit tear the whole course apart like this. Okay, here we go. And just like in Crash Bandicoot 2 and Trance, just like in Crash Bandicoot Excess, you can legit just like use the invincibility to destroy not just enemies, not just kill enemies, but destroy obstacles that await your path. But yeah man, that's how we pull it off. But yeah, that's a much better execution of it. But yeah, no, that was dope as fuck. That's precisely the exact outcome I was anticipating. Couldn't have pulled it off any better. Couldn't have been an any more optimal way of pulling that off. Thank fuck for that. Thank fuck it panned out that way. Okay, yeah, so pretty much all that button does is just trigger this platform. Okay, now it's all just chill from this point forward. And they even brought back those enemies that are, they even brought back those mummy enemies that are like in that sort of, you know, trap walking type mechanism. I don't know exactly what it was. I know what it is, but I can't exactly put my finger on what it's called. Exactly. Can't even remember the name. But I know what it is. It's also pretty cool and quite reassuring to know that you don't drown as piss easily as you do in Crash 3 in this level when the water's at a specific height, especially when the water's at like, you know, 3/4 of Crash's pixel height. Okay, so yeah, this has been super fun so far. Okay. Just get that TNT crate to blow all that shit up. That was certainly the smart approach right there. Just like that, that's the bonus round complete. Okay, so let me double check the comments. Okay, so far people are just watching and not commenting, but you know, that's fine. It's a chill live stream anyway. Like, I don't expect anyone to constantly just, you know, just fill up the chat straight away, but you know, it's great to see people are watching, at least. Although, like, some interaction would be nice, but of course, every live stream is different. But yeah, it's just good to connect with the live chat, that's all. Just like compare experiences and stuff. I like how the background itself is another reference to Crash 3, and specifically level 20 Tomb Raider as well. Actually, like, the background on the wall, like, it's kind of interesting how, like, it sort of references that, like, an upcoming enemy is making a return in this level, and soon enough, it actually does. As you've just seen, it's like one of those enemies that have, like, those egg-shaped type shields on them with, like, I think it has, like, a drawing of, well, I wouldn't necessarily say a spider, but it certainly looks like a spider. But fuck it. But, like, it's a cool drawing, though. It's a cool texture in general, and certainly a nice throwback to Crash 3. Alright, let's go. I'm not sure whether or not... Yeah, I've completed this. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing else. Alright, moving on to Fake Crash. Let's jump into the third boss fight of the game, Fake Crash. This one's certainly going to be fun. I like how they reutilized they remix the theme tune from level 20, I mean not level 20 but like level 30 I think it is. Yeah, they remix the theme tune from level 30, Rings of Power, for this level, which is pretty dope. And pretty much everything you do, like, it mirrors, pretty much like, it's a whole concept where like Fake Crash just mirrors your moves, and basically like, if you just touch him normally, but just by simply walking into him, you die immediately, but if you just like, but like, if you spin as you walk into him, you both literally just pass through each other. Okay, that was cheap. They just, I don't know if you clocked it, but they made the spin look a little bit darker. And yeah, pretty much like, you just gotta kite Fake Crash into walking into traps and shit. But of course, you gotta avoid, on top of that, you gotta dodge the traps yourself. Okay, that was very cheap the way that happened. This actually isn't a hard boss fight whatsoever, but like, I'm only just showcasing some of these other aspects of a boss fight just for showcase purposes. But that was fucking cheap, especially the way especially due to the fact that it got to the point where I'm getting pity masks in this boss fight now. Okay, here we are. Just like that, Fake Crash has been defeated, well, as a boss fight. But yeah, now he officially joins the group. He's officially part of Team Bandicoot right now. Even though he was already a Bandicoot in the first place, but you get the picture. Okay, anyways, back to the dialogue. Entrance, you blundering idiot! That was not Crash, it was some sort of fake Crash! How was I supposed to know? He fooled you too. Besides, they will never find our hideout. Not in a million years. Good job, Crash. Good job, Crash. Yeah, I think that's how he says it. Or I think that's a better way to put it anyway. Good job, Crash. With a few more crystals, I'll be able to open the vortex to Entropy's hideout. Or Entropy's hideout, however you want to put it. But yeah, anyways, yeah, here we are, the Death Tornado Spin. Just like that, the Death Tornado Spin has officially been unlocked. But they call it the Tornado Spin, of course. Alright, so push B repeatedly to spin longer and temporarily float, which, you know, is the exact same, it's literally the exact same description that they just copied and pasted from the previous game. Either that or they just reutilized the same template and just didn't even touch that one. But yeah, fuck it. They just made minor changes, but that's it. As in like text size, but that's all it is. Alright, let's go. Okay, now we're on the final part of the warp room. Well, the final main warp room, but not the final warp room altogether. And I'm calling it a warp room again, like I mean the final part of the warp zone. But yeah, so yeah, it's the final part of the warp zone. It's the final main part of the warp zone, but not the final part of the warp zone altogether. Alright. This is definitely going to be fun and interesting. Alright, so at this point, we're officially on the persistence of memory portion of the warp zone. Alright, so no time like the present to proceed. Okay, so the next level is Rocks Can Roll. Okay, yeah, I presume it was level 17. Okay, so we're back here. This time they just took it to the next level. They just put more crates scattered across all the levels. So yeah, just taking that other path was literally just a shortcut. Man, like, they make it even harder when they put crates right on the edge. It's interesting how, like, whoa, okay, that nitro crate literally just phased out of existence just then. It just, like, flickered off the screen for, like, a split second or so. But yeah, that's how you know the Game Boy Advance limitations are taking place. But yeah, this is the final time we actually play through an atmosphere level, and they've introduced electric gates. Well, I presume these are supposed to simulate electric gates anyway. But you know, fuck it. Alright. Yep, they certainly put one life crate up here. It's interesting how, like, in every single secret area that's present, they put life crates in them. Presumably to make it easier for the player. So yeah, I don't know whether or not they put crates around the back, but yeah. I presume they did. Okay, let's go up. Because as you can tell, this is a more hazardous path, but I only went down that other path because it had actual crates leading up to them. Ah, and here's a checkpoint crate. I think that explains it all. Yeah, this is in a way technically a shortcut, so that was the actual main path with you know, all the main crates. And they just made the shortcut hazardous. They just made the shortcut in this level hazardous as fuck. I think the next one is like pretty hazardous as well, for what it has to offer. not only that, but they actually scatter crates across like all these different paths as well, so yeah. Really gotta explore the level in order to get all the crates in this level. Just literally gotta explore like this level up and down, left, right and center in order to actually, you know, smash all the crates. Oh, hazard alert. We got hazards up in the building. Hazardous Paths 101. What the fuck? Okay. I feel like that took way too long to stop its animation. Okay, like, I feel as though every time you go through a specific spot, like, his animation just like, or his sprite just disappears, you see? Look at that sprite, it's disappearing. It's like, it just disappears within a split second. Like, talk about developer oversight. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was all about, but fuck it. But yeah, that happens every time you go up the slopes at full speed. Alright, so gotta really take our time with this shit. But of course, if I was doing time trials, this would take it to the next level. It's like, man, fuck this shit. Alright, that was close. That was proper close. Just made it. Only just made it as well. I practically clutched it at that point. Okay. We're practically reaching the end of the level right now, at this point. Okay, so from what I remember, there are like 3 or 4 crates in this path, and then afterwards it's just hazards. But then there's also crates up top as well. At least that's what I remember from my personal recollection of it. Okay, so there's 3 crates over here. And then this is just like a hazardous path. Okay, so that's pretty much the end of that part. But I presume there were crates up top as well. So yeah, I'm just gonna check back just in case. At least from what I remember, there are crates up top. Okay, so there's definitely more nitro rolling barrels present. I know I said there aren't more crates up top. The crates are literally just in the main path in general. Okay, so, well, at least it was worth presenting for showcase purposes, so fuck it. I thought I was gonna stop there as well, but nah, that was so cheap the way that fucking happened. But you know, that's something that I didn't anticipate. Well, at least now from my personal recollection, at least recollections aside, now I don't have to go through that top path anymore just to get all the crates. You can even see the fucking nitro roller crates. I mean, you can even see the nitro barrels just rolling down and then like disappearing. Like, you can see their despawn point on the map. Like, the second they get destroyed by the game's engine, by like, you know, the programming or whatever script that they have applied to them per se. Okay, pump the brakes there, Crunch. Pump the fucking brakes. That's right, let's pick up the crystal plus the box gem. That was close as fuck. Okay, yeah, we don't want to repeat of the previous scenario, fuck that shit. You know, that sort of reminds me of the level Medieval Madness, like right at the end, where there's also, like, it has like those points in common where you have like those sort of, I don't know how to describe it, but like, the platform is just, it's literally just slopes. It's just like a tunnel of slopes, but like, it's the bottom half of a tunnel and you're just like, at risk of falling off, or you're just at risk of getting shot off the map if you go too fast. But yeah, like that's something I presume they decided to bring back for this level, premise wise. But yeah, anyways, let's proceed. Okay, that's Rocks Can Roll complete with the crystal plus the gem. Okay, so I figured I'd just jump in. Since you've seen what the clock looked like, since you've seen what the time trial clock looked like in a platforming level, this is pretty much what it looks like in an Atmosphere level. So yeah, they actually made it into a 3D model for them, which is pretty cool. I mean, I know it's quite low res. I ended up saying res, but yeah, like, tongue twisters are fucking crazy. And Crunch is literally just vibing over there right now. Just like rolling back in this Atmosphere over there. But yeah, no, it's proper low res to the point where it's like, partially indistinguishable. But yeah, I get why they did it though. It just sort of, because at the same time it's like, you know, the Game Boy Advance had the screen resolution of 240 by 160 pixels. At least, I think that's what it was, to my personal recollection. So yeah, I wouldn't put it past Vicarious Visions to actually, you know, cut those types of corners, as I've mentioned within the previous live stream. But you know how these things are. But yeah, I was pretty much right. It was 240 by 160 pixels, which, you know, actually has the screen resolution, or it pretty much has the aspect ratio of 3:2. Conventionally anyway. Yeah, 3:2 is the conventional aspect ratio for 240 by 160 pixels. So yeah, that's pretty much what they had in mind. Those are pretty much the presets that they had in mind when it came to developing games for the Game Boy Advance. Okay, let's exit. Don't want to make Crunch sick. I mean, I know he was vibing there, but still. But yeah, like, man was just vibing, not giving a flying fuck. Anyways, let's jump into the level Rock the Kasaba, which is another Arabian level. So yeah, this was the level that contained the crate right at the start. This is the level that contained the secret part that actually had a crate contained at the very beginning of it. But yeah, that's very piss easy to miss. So yeah, people, indeed, this was the level that contained the secret area at the starting point, which had the secret crate that is piss easy to miss. Of course, now that I have the Death Tornado spin, it's fun to pull this shit off. Okay, I didn't even have to do that because there was a crate below that, but sometimes, like, the spin does help. In terms of, like, you know, hovering the second you drop from, like, pretty much, you hover, like, the second you drop from, it helps in terms of hovering the second you drop from those, what do you call it, mesh monkey bar, those, like, you know, mesh type monkey bar hanging sections. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna fly across this shit because it's fun. but you gotta be really precise. But yeah, like, you can literally scale the entire length with a Death Tornado spin. It's like, that's what makes the whole pole gliding concept even cooler. But based on the fact that, well, purely based on the fact that you can legit just glide from one side to the other horizontally. Especially with the Death Tornado, it just makes it 10 times more sick. Okay, so here we are. I find it funny how every time, like, what you call it? I find it funny how, like, the layout, like, that specific crate layout, when you phase them out, it puts an Aku Aku crate, and then, like, a Nitro crate afterwards. It's like, they're setting you up to, like, it's like, they do that on purpose because, I don't know, they do that on purpose because, like, they know that there's a hazard approaching. I don't know, it's kind of funny though, it's pretty redundant to do that at the same time because, like, to give a player a mask only for them to lose it a split second later, in a way it is kind of cheap, but at the same time it's like, okay, you can't reach that far, but fuck it. But yeah, it is kind of cheap. But at the same time, they were aware of the premise. Okay, let's fill that in. Fucking hell, I spun that motherfucking scorpion. I don't know what the fuck that was all about. Okay, for some reason I can't glide across that. It's like, for some reason it's a fucking glitch. Okay, we pulled that off. What the fuck? Okay. Hey, the Scarecrow, cheers for stopping by. Welcome to the live stream. He says, cool chap, he climbs a lot quicker than in the Wrath of Cortex. Indeed he does. Honestly, like, in terms of, like, that's actually true when it comes to the mesh hanging sections, because in the Wrath of Cortex, he was slow as fuck. Especially in comparison to the PS1 games. Even in Insane Trilogy he's faster. Then again, like, they had to make it like that, otherwise that would have pissed a lot of fans off. But yeah, now I'm proper deep into Entrance right now. I'm trying to remember whether or not there was something else down here. Yeah, I was correct. There was a life over here. Yep, there was legit a set of crates over here. Okay, let's blow the shit up first. Because there's that platform down there. I don't know whether or not you can kill them. I don't think you can, but fuck it. Okay, we made it regardless. Okay, so that freezes all these enemies. It's funny how it sometimes puts them in funny ass poses. It just makes them look priceless as fuck. Okay, here we go. The flying carpet section. Fucking hell, it's a piss take whenever you lose a mask the second... like the second you pick it up. And yeah, that whole crate layout that they had earlier on, it's like they're setting you up to pick up and lose a mask at the same time. It's like, it's proper redundant. It's like, I don't know how to put it, but you know. Okay, I still made it up there, perfect. Okay, so interestingly enough, like if you go down this death path, you can't come back up through the same way, so yeah, at this point it's better to actually, you know, it's better to take the main path first if you're planning to one cycle the entire level. Well, I say one cycle, but you know, your mileage may vary. like with this level we can pull a lot of neat life hacks for what it's worth. It just eliminates more potential hazards per se. Okay, for some reason I can't. It blocks you off for some reason. Okay, that was cheap. Okay, the Scarecrow says, I wonder if it was a mistake. Well, I've never seen that crate before. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a developer oversight, but yeah, that is a pretty redundant setup for failure or success. Cause like at the time, like it makes it look like they were setting you up for like, you know, it's a mixed bag because it makes it look like they were setting you up for success because of the fact that, you know, there was a nitro crate ahead. But you got to take into account as well, the nitro crate was part of that phased out crate layout as well, so it's like, it's funny, like there's certain things they do deliberately. It's funny, like the things developers do on purpose, like the shit developers pull on purpose. Okay, so in terms of like the whole I never seen that crate before comment, I presume you're talking about the freezing ice crate. Okay, that was cheap. But yeah, I presume you're talking about the blue ice crate that freezes enemies. Okay, come on, what the fuck is your problem? But you can legit just like jump all over these motherfuckers, eliminating these potential hazards. But yeah, there are crates below those, so, well, there's at least one crate below. So, of course, you can't skip over it completely. Oh, it says, yeah, the freeze one. Yeah, it's not commonly presented within most of the Crash games, so yeah, this is where it made its first appearance and then tranced. Okay, yeah, we need a TNT crate out of this slot crate. That's precisely the outcome we need. Okay, so we got to sacrifice a Wumpa fruit for our survival. We can sacrifice a few Wumpa fruits for our survival. Yeah, more like we have to sacrifice multiple Wumpa fruits for our survival, but it's not like they're 100% needed in this game, since like there's multiple of them anyway. But yeah, pretty much after that, this bonus round is pretty simplistic. Right, so let's fucking go. Kill these motherfuckers from above. Just kill them from up above. I still, you know, I still like that gliding concept. Well, partial voice crack there, don't know where the fuck that came from, but yeah. But yeah, I still like the whole Death Tornado gliding premise, especially in combination to how you can legit glide in a straight line without plummeting. When it comes to, you know what, fuck those pricks. They're not worth my time. Okay, so the death path is right here. There's the end portal, but we're not gonna go there yet. Okay, so the best approach to progress through the death path is backwards if you're planning to uncycle it. As in like getting, you know, as in like picking up the crystal, the gem plus the gem shard all in one section. Or all in one session. Or all in one sitting per se. So yeah, it just makes it more chill. Plus it eliminates all the perils and hazards when it comes to the death path itself. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, well, it eliminates most of them, apart from those motherfuckers throwing out those cocktail molotovs, even though they're literally just fireballs in this game. Okay, yeah, I'll get back to your comments in a bit. Okay. Yeah, we got this shit. Okay, so the Scarecrow says, I haven't tried this game properly yet. Honestly, I highly recommend it. Like, I personally hold plenty of nostalgia with the Game Boy Advance games, in addition to the original trilogy. But of course, everyone's mileage may vary. Just like that, we picked up the green gem. Well, the green gem shard. I presume it's the final green gem shard as well, because when it comes to the next warp room, we actually collect the actual coloured gems themselves. Well, okay, that was close as fuck. I was gonna say, nearly got fucked over by the terrible hitbox management of this game just then. And we can kill that motherfucker as well, who by the way, can only shoot in one direction. Okay. And pretty much, as I've pointed out before, you literally cannot get back up to the main path from this point forward, so yeah, if you're planning to do a one cycle completion playthrough of this level with a crystal gem plus the gem shard, all in one sitting, then yeah, your best approach is to just complete the main level first, well, complete the main portion of the level first, and then backtrack through the death path. Which is precisely what I've just done myself. At this point, it just makes the rest of the level like 10 times more chill. There, that's 10 times more satisfactory. That's a sick way to enter the portal as well. It's always fun to do it like that. Just like Death Tornado Glide your way, like, just pretty much just legit Death Tornado Glide just pretty much Death Tornado Glide all the way from the pole to the portal. That's how you pull it off like a boss. Okay, so the Scarecrow says, I was trying to complete Excess, but man, the time trials are annoying. Yeah man, like, you have to complete the time trials to unlock the ultimate final boss Mega Mix, and yeah, like, the time trials are a piss take. It's a good thing they're not a requirement in this game in order to fight Dr. Entropy, but yeah, like, the next boss fight we fight is Dr. Entrance at this point. Actually, I don't even know if he's even a doctor, but like, yeah, they don't call them doctors. They don't even put the doctor in the villains' names in the Game Boy Advance games for some reason. At least for the characters that it applies to anyway. Okay, so moving on to Eruption Disruption. It's funny how like all the main villains have fucking PhDs and shit, or at least according to their backstories, like they supposedly have PhDs. And yet they can't even destroy like something so simple. Well, I say something so simple, yet they can't figure out how to kill a bandicoot. Or that they just can't come up with clever plans. Like, they have PhDs, but the fact that Crash just completely upstages them by thwarting their plans continually just puts the whole educational background into disrepute per se. The Scarecrow says, pretty sure Entrance went to the Academy of Evil. I presume so. I'm not sure if there was even a backstory of that, but yeah. He also says Dr. Eggman has an IQ of 300 or something. Yeah, even Sonic thwarts his plans. But yeah, fuck it. Okay, so the death path is down here, which is piss easy to miss. And by the way, not only does this just contain the gem shard, or at least the final blue gem shard, this also contains at least one crate, which happens to be a helicopter pack crate. Just like from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. By the way, interestingly enough, like, you don't even have to go up and down just to get through this path safely. The second you smash the crate, the second you break it open, you can legit just like go in a straight line, and then you're like completely safe from hazards. It's all about like hitbox management pretty much. So like if you go up or down, you're fucked. So yeah, that's definitely one crate to look out for if you're actually planning to get the box gem in this level. Also, that played out in my favour, the way that lava lump or blob or whatever the fuck it is just played out. Because like the animation is literally just, it's only programmed to jump to the left and not in any other direction. I was gonna say, that was almost close until that happened, but fuck it. That was a piss take. Yeah, I was trying to read your comment at the same time that was happening, but yeah. So yeah, the Scarecrow says, that's cool. So yeah, the Scarecrow says, that's cool, and he also says, so yeah, the Scarecrow says, that's cool. He also says, reminds me of the barrels from DKC3. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country 3. But it certainly reminds me of the barrels from that game. It's kind of interesting. To be honest, this level does sort of have like a similar atmosphere to that. Especially to that game in its entirety, because like, you know, this is a prehistoric volcano type of level setting that they have going on. So yeah, the Scarecrow, as you're aware that Crash Bandicoot Excess is pretty much a throwback to both Crash 2 and 3. Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced is actually a throwback to both Crash 3 and the Wrath of Cortex. So like there's a bit of an overlap there in terms of like the type of games that that these games are made to be throwbacks of, the way it panned out. Okay, so that was a pretty simple one. That was simpler than what the game was making it, considering, well, that was simpler than what the outcomes were making it, because technically it's not the game's fault, well, it's only partially the game's fault in other respects, but like, but in other aspects, as in like, just the general outcome, it's just all to do with positioning. Although for real, like, it does take the piss whenever like, the game kills your inputs. Although that does mainly happen when you extend your slide for too long. Because like, you know, when you extend your slide for too long in Excess and Entranced, it legit just kills the jump input. So if you actually want to pull off a slide jump, you actually have to jump the split second after you initiate the slide animation, or the sliding mechanic altogether. Pretty much like the whole premise. So yeah, like, you can't skid and jump just like you can in the originals. I presume you're building on the whole point of how this game is a partial reference, or pretty much a throwback to both Crash 3 and the Wrath of Cortex. He says, oh yeah, because the atmosphere, yeah, multiple aspects, such as, you know, the atmosphere, the helicopter pack, and speaking on that, and also building on that, the fact that it takes place, the fact that the helicopter pack premise actually takes place the second The fact that, you know, the helicopter pack premise takes place during specific platforming levels as well, that was also the case in the Wrath of Cortex, so yeah, all the more reason. So yeah, Crash Bandicoot be like, helicopter, helicopter. Yeah, that reference, yeah, it almost slipped past, but yeah, I just remembered in time. He also says slide jumps and they're impossible. Tell me the fuck about it, they take the piss at times. I don't know how I'm fucking this up, but yeah. Because I managed to get that life crate, well at least that slot crate as a life crate whenever, you know, the correct outcome was presented. But yeah, it all depends on how it all plays out. Oh, TNT crate. But yeah, this bonus round isn't even hard. It's just piss take outcomes. It's actually not hard whatsoever. But I'm not too pissed about it though, to be honest. I mean, I've had bare piss takes in the previous livestream with Excess, so to be honest, if they happen in this livestream as well, I'm not too fucked. I'm not too pissed off about it. Okay, here we go. Okay, interesting how I clipped through that. Okay, so it turns out you've had like more experience of Entrance. So it turns out like you have like more of a nostalgic experience with Excess compared to Entrance. I mean, telling by what you've just told me anyway. Alright, let's just proceed. I'm gonna level the other. I actually don't know why I did that, but fuck it. I mean, it's pointless just going back and killing yourself for a Wumpa fruit that's literally just on top of the lava. Okay, now that was a momentum drop right there. At that point, you just sunk like a rock, but you know, that's not usually the case. Okay, slowly but surely. Oh, that was pretty good. Managed to get that second life there. Okay, we finally made it, and the rest are just nitro crates, so that's not a big deal. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if that was even a life crate, but fuck it. Yeah, I'm just double checking to see if he even had a life. But yeah, I was right. Interesting how they like, you know, hide a life crate. I mean, they hide a life inside an exclamation mark crate. Well, they sort of did the same thing with, what do you call it? They sort of did the same thing with with an Aku Aku mask. Okay, not too bad. Okay, so there's definitely a way to pick up that crate. It's a pretty unorthodox approach to doing so, but it's a pretty unorthodox approach for a life crate pickup, but fuck it. It is what it is. Okay, time for the helicopter pack premise to strike back. Helicopter. Okay man, just gotta dodge all this shit. We got this shit. I don't know if they have it in the next level, but yeah. Okay, let's fly up. Oh fuck this shit. Yeah, this is perilous as fuck. Crash Bandicoot be like, helicopter, para coffer. Okay, that was cheap the way that happened. Okay, that was a sick entrance to the helicopter pack. Maybe you just wanted to hear more of a track, but fuck it. Okay, poor hitbox management. Okay, so the Scarecrow says, have you tried the N-Gage version of Nitro Kart? I presume it's more or less like similar to the Game Boy Advance version. Okay, that was cheap as fuck. Okay, that was a much better way to, you know, that was a much better way to pull it off. I think I attempted to emulate it at one point, but it was a long time ago. Actually, I think, what do you call it? It's an N-Gage game. Of course you can emulate it, but like, of course, it's not gonna require. It's not like trying to emulate a PS2 game or anything. It's piss easy shit like emulating a PS1 game. Because of course, like, it doesn't require that much, you know. It doesn't require like that much, or if practically little to no power at all in order to, like, you know, run the games at a smoother performance. Or at least to run the games at a decent standard. Okay, yeah, I pretty much had to sort of like tell someone how it is, just put them in their place, since, you know, I was live streaming. But yeah, anyways, we move forwards. Okay. Alright, just like that, we've completed the level with the crystal, the gem, plus the gem shard. Okay, so that culminates that level, if that's even a word. I presume it is. Okay, here we are with the level Spaced Out. Interestingly enough, Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back also has a level called Spaced Out. So yeah, it's funny how both games called Crash 2 actually have that in common. Or at least both games with the title Crash 2 actually have that in common, as well as the title. Although it's funny how, like, the Japanese title of this game immediately distinguishes the fact that both of those games are actually completely different games just by the title alone, because the original Crash 2 in Japan is still called Crash 2, but in this game, but the Japanese version of, like, but for Entranced, it's called Crash Bandicoot Advance 2 in Japan. so yeah, Crash Bandicoot Advance 2 Guru Guru San Daipanik to be precise. Well, technically Daipanic, because... Well, not technically, but like... That's how it's spelled, but of course that's how someone who doesn't understand Japan would perceive that if they knew English firsthand. But yeah, anyways, that's a completely different topic. Let's jump into the level Spaced Out, which is the second plus final space level variant that you play as Coco. Okay, so this is an even harder level variant of this exact premise. So yeah, speed up as much as possible, therefore you don't get caught by the fireball that's chasing you. Even though the previous level is called Run from the Sun, like it's more like a fireball chasing you. Although in a way, technically the sun is like one massive fireball, potentially like the biggest fireball in existence. I thought I killed that motherfucker. I was gonna say, killing that UFO, man, it took a while to kill that UFO. That was close as fuck. Whatever, crate layouts in this game, they take the piss, and okay, I could have piss easily gotten that one though. I don't know what the fuck that was all about. Okay. Okay, let's fucking go. Closer to the end, you're gonna see like you're pretty much like gonna see like a whole crate layout, which is like, you know, it's hard to get in quick succession if you're actually traveling at full speed. So yeah. I don't know how the fuck she misses that. But yeah, I put it down to poor hitbox handling. But yeah, I put it down to poor hitbox handling and management. Or management and handling, however the fuck you want to put it. Also, yeah, I think they've introduced those blue laser beams or whatever the fuck they're supposed to be in the previous level as well. I don't exactly remember. As like the previous type of level. Also, like in terms of like how far the shots can go, like it looks like it's going into the distance, but the fact that, you know, the shots are shrinking as like after you fire, or pretty much like when you see the shot shrink after you fire, that pretty much creates the optical illusion of them flying into the distance, but in reality they just reach a certain distance and then just shrink in order to simulate that type of premise. So yeah, that's, in a way, that was a sort of clever way to create an optical illusion there for a Game Boy Advance game, especially for a Game Boy Advance game implementation. It was quite an interesting premise to implement. Well, okay, yeah, danger is fast approaching it, and I'm on 3% health on top of that. Fucking hell, this is insanity. Okay, I really gotta watch out for the final set of crates, cause they're they're spread so far apart, it's fucking ridiculous. You can't even get them in quick succession whenever you like, you can't even break them all up at the same time. You can't shoot them all at the same time whenever it comes to approaching them at quick succession. And just like that, I'm dead. Because, well, I was on 3% health, what the fuck do you expect? Okay, so it's semi-chill at times, but like, it's still pretty intense. Okay, so we're fast approaching the end of the level. And they just put one nitro crate in this level, like, for real. Actually, I don't know if there's more, but I presume that's the only nitro crate. And I think that's the only life crate in these types of levels as well. And it's literally the Coco life crate from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. Although, like, speaking of references from the Wrath of Cortex, I didn't even get a chance to point this out in Crash Bandicoot XS, but yeah, like, I think the only reference to the Wrath of Cortex in XS is pretty much the underwater spinning sound effect that they actually sampled. So like, for Crash's underwater spin plus the penguin spin, they sampled the underwater spinning sound effect from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex whenever Crash spins underwater in the Wrath of Cortex. Yeah, this is precisely what I was talking about, this line of crates. But thank fuck I managed to pick them up first time. Certainly saves time, that's for sure. Okay, that's spaced out complete. Right, let's fucking go. Okay, now this is pretty much the final level before, well, the final main boss fight, but not the final level in its entirety. So yeah, King to Uncommon, let's fucking go. Let's jump in. Now this one actually isn't too hard, especially given its level design premise. Honestly, when it comes to the levels that contain the colored gems themselves, that'll be the proper test in comparison to the rest of the levels. But at least they're all just like straight paths. Well, I can't speak for all three of them, but at least the premise of it is supposed to be a straight path. Okay, that was pretty cheap. Okay. You know what, I have a better approach to that. Because breaking them before the checkpoint was not wise. I'll admit that. On top of that, that was a much better execution than how I previously pulled it off. But yeah, there's a checkpoint down there anyway, so there's nothing to lose. So yeah, let's freeze all these enemies. On top of that, it freezes all the obstacles too. Wow, like, it was so cheap the way that happened. Okay, so in a way it's good because it's good that I exited the level and re-entered it, because that means I get to keep my mask. Fuck yes. Well, I lost one mask, but fuck it. Although, like, when I got up to that point, I did have two masks anyway, so in a way, I've got nothing to lose if I pull it off like that. So yeah, in a way, in that respect, I've got nothing to lose when it comes to pulling it off with that particular type of approach. Okay, so let's just be precautious of the hazards. Let's just be precautious of the perils and hazards that await us across our path. Although it's stupid because I reckon... Fucking hell, are you taking the piss? I legit could have had invincibility there. Oh, you know what, fuck it. Yeah, I'll just do it. I'll do it with invincibility because it's just so much better. I'll just make sure that shit doesn't happen. Okay, slowly but surely. Well, not necessarily slowly but surely, but you know, it is what it is. It's taking its sweet time. What? Come on. Just losing masks for no reason at this point. I practically barely touched the fucking hazard in the first place. Yep, once again, I'll put it down to poor hitbox management and handling. Okay, that was fucking stupid. I was not anticipating that bullshit, but yeah. Also, the Scarecrow also says, similar but much more 3D stuff. I assume the GBA games are canon. I'm not sure if they even are canon, but I presume they're side games. You see, like, here's the thing, especially with Fake Crash, because in the main games on the PS1, Fake Crash was introduced in Crash 3 as an Easter egg, but in this game they actually decided to give him some type of backstory plot where he was created by Entropy due to Aku Aku pulling him while Entropy was originally trying to capture Crash and brainwash him in the process. So yeah, that was the premise Vicarious Visions went with when it came to the development of the story of this game. But I don't know whether or not that's even considered canon, but fuck it. Why the fuck does that keep happening now all of a sudden? That's so stupid. It's fucking ridiculous. It's like, come on, if you can land on the crate the first 5+ times, why the fuck can't you land on them this time? Okay, but nah, it's just a process really, it's just a process. But yeah, it's all to do with precise positioning. Okay, let's not fuck up this time. Fucking hell, that slide is so bad. It's like, as soon as you lied, I mean, what the fuck is lied? But yeah, I mean, like, as soon as you slide, I mean, as soon as you land, yeah, that was what I was meant to say. As soon as you land and you press the R button, it just slides as opposed to just crouching. But yeah, it killed my jump input at that point. But fuck it. I don't understand how in this game, as soon as you land and you press the R button, when you have like crouching in mind as like your initial approach, it just slides instead of crouching. It's like your safe option is to just press down in this game. It's fucked up as well because that doesn't even happen in Excess. I don't know why the fuck they made that thing in Entranced. Hell, like fuck, even Destination Mark was having the exact same problem. He was like, what the fuck's happening? Or some shit like that. But words to that effect. He was like, it's not supposed to slide. Let's do that shit. But at least on the plus side we can actually destroy what you call it. We can destroy fucking thingy-majigs. Like actual platforms and shit. Well, not just platforms but perils in the process. Like, I'll destroy these in the process and all. Might as well. Just destroy them before entering the bonus round, because then I can just exit the bonus round with them already being cleared from my path. It's actually pretty smart that Vicarious Visions have actually implemented the completion of a bonus round as like, you know, an additional checkpoint per se. It's a neat premise that they've reintroduced, and it's even better that they've implemented that into Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. And on top of that, it's even smarter that Toys for Bob have decided to pick that up when it came to Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time in the process. So yeah, it's like when innovations are made, you gotta take them into account. Okay, that was super fucking cheap. You know what's fucked up? The second I, what you call it? Okay, so I exited the level without an Aku Aku mask, but when I re-enter the level... Okay, so like when I exit the level, I didn't have an Aku Aku mask, but when I returned to the warp zone, I actually had an Aku Aku mask in my possession, and I entered the level with that specific mask, with that particular mask in question. Funny how the game's programmed like that. Okay, so I know my approach here. But yeah, it's so much better to maintain invincibility throughout these levels, because like it just gives like a much better, like, you know, not just to say replay value, but like, okay, fuck that shit. Fucking prick. This isn't even a hard level either. I don't know why the fuck he's losing all these masks. Okay, let's do this shit. Yeah, the cheapest shit is just happening right now, but fuck it. This is not a hard level, come on. But yeah, I legit don't know what the fuck that was all about. Okay, so it's taking its sweet time, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Just don't fret, people. We're getting there. It's even more stupid how like that enemy just stops you in your tracks. It just stops you in your path. Like whether you have invincibility or not. Like it should just automatically kill that enemy just like it destroys everything else. I mean, if it can destroy spears popping up from the ground, then it can destroy, what you call it? If it can destroy spears popping up from the ground, then it should be able to destroy enemies like that. I don't understand why it's fucking up so badly. Okay, that's fucking shit up. Okay, that was close as fuck. You know, it's priceless. I like how, what you call it? I like how the sliding, I like how the entire length of the super slide is literally from the start of the level to the exact point that's right next to that nitro crate within the level, right next to like the first nitro crate in the level, practically literally a pixel adjacent to the nitro crate. That's just proper fucking insane. Okay, don't wanna risk losing too much shit. Fucking hell, man. What the fuck did I just say? This game's got a funny way of cooperating. It's like poor hitbox management off the charts, man. Poor hitbox management and handling off the fucking charts, bro. I mean, I know I'm playing on an emulator and that I could save state, but I don't really need to, it's not necessary. It's like, the only times I ever, like, you know, save stated in the previous game within the previous livestream is just for, like, showcase and educational purposes. Just to showcase a certain path, but that's pretty much it. Not for completion's sake. Okay, so I didn't have time to wipe out whatever. Well, I didn't have time to wipe out the aftermath. Well, the path that takes place during the aftermath of this bonus round, per se, but fuck it. It is what it is. Yeah, man's just treading carefully right now. Okay. But yeah, now the second you get back up, you legit just like have to jump. Cause this game legit just pulls some next trickery deceit type bullshit. That's something this game and its, that's something this game and its predecessor has in common. Well, that's another thing it has in common, apart from practically everything else. Okay, let's fucking go. Okay, that was close as fuck. Alright, just like that we picked up a crystal. Also, the death path is literally down below, and of course, just like Rock the Kasaba, I think the level was called, the best approach to tackle the death path is to complete it backwards if you plan to one-cycle the entire level with picking up the gem, with picking up the crystal, the gem, plus, the gem shard. Fucking hell. That's so stupid. But yeah, this isn't hard. That was a much better execution as well, compared to all the previous ones. Okay, fucking hell, man. Just as I was gonna say, let's proceed with caution, that bullshit happens. Fucking piss take. Piss takes off the fucking charts, man. Okay, we're getting there, people. We're getting there. Oh no, you're not gonna fuck me over, bro. In your fucking dreams, mate. Yeah, let's do this shit. There we fucking go. Okay, let's do this shit. You know what? Something like this, piss takes like this would actually tempt people to utilize save states in this level. But you know, they're not 100% necessary, but fuck it. Okay, so This bonus round is actually not hard to complete, as you've witnessed previously. Okay. Legit, you just gotta, if you legit just body slam at those points, you legit just got to try your hardest to pull away by like just pretty much spamming the jump button while you're just like holding whichever direction you're trying to pull away from. Okay, so yeah, let's one cycle this shit. Okay, I was gonna say let's land on that crate, but you keeps fucking hitting his head on the ceiling like a prick. Or just like a twat, more like. He's committing twat-like behaviour. Okay, that was even more fucking stupid. Prime example of twat-like behaviour right there. Okay, it's only a matter of time, people. It's only a matter of time. Look, so fucking stupid, man. I know I don't always need to blow up that nitro crate, but it's fun to do. Although for like a straightforward completion, is that too much to ask for? Like fucking hell. Like it's legit not too much to ask for. Nah, fuck you, bitch. It's pretty dope how the super slide manages to like chain that shit. Okay, let's fucking go. Okay, as you've seen previously, this bonus round is simplistic as fuck. So yeah, anyway, speaking of Crash Bandicoot for the Game Boy Advance, Scarecrow, if you're still in the live chat, if you happen to still be around, have you played any of the other Crash Bandicoot games within the Game Boy Advance releases? Or at least within the lineup of Game Boy Advance releases? The lineup itself is like, it certainly contains like a decent collection of games. Of course this game plus the previous game being part of it. Yeah, I think that was a better approach. Just, you know, saving the Death Tornado spin, like, not initiating it straight away. Well, not initiating the Death Tornado spin straight away after you double jump, but like, initiating it as you plummet, sort of like, it worked in my favour, therefore like, didn't have to puzzle the living fuck out of this shit. Okay, that helped a bit. Yeah, okay, let's go. So yeah, as explained previously before I was rudely interrupted by a bunch of fucking piss takes. So yeah, the best way to one cycle this level, if you're planning to one cycle it, as in, if you're planning to one cycle completion this level, as in like, picking up the crystal, the gem plus the gem shard, the best approach is to just complete the main level forwards and then backtrack through the death path backwards. Okay, so let's fuck shit up in this death path. And just like that, we got the gem shard in the process. And on top of that, I've extended the invincibility power. Picking up extra one fruit in the process. Yeah, always still gotta watch your step though, that's the thing. You never know when the pits, you never know like when some of the jumps can fuck you over. Shrub you off a very valuable jump. Okay, just fucking slide underneath that shit. And just like that, we're getting the fuck out of here. I know I don't even need to do that because the nitro crate, the nitro switch box, because the nitro crate detonator switch box is actually gonna take care of that for us. Yeah, it's gonna do us a solid for sure. Here it is, the green exclamation mark crate that detonates all the nitro crates. Just like that, we've completed King to Uncommon with the crystal, the gem, plus the final red gem shard. Alright, let's get the fuck out. Alright, now we're fighting. Alright, now we're officially fighting up against the final main boss fight, Entrance. But then, of course, it's not over yet after that point. Yes, we've made it to Entropy's secret base. Entrance, you fool! They have found us! Destroy them! It should have taken 1,000,000 years to find us. How? Time does not... Time. Yeah, I could do a bit better. Time does not pass in the vortex. I had all the time I needed to find you. You have one last chance. You have one last chance to stop them. Do not disappoint me again. Destroy all bandicoots! I sort of give him like an engine type voice per se. Like, as in like a Dr. Engine type voice. I know my voices aren't perfect. Yeah, I know like my voice acting is like 100% perfect at this point, but you know, I've been playing and talking for a long time to be fair, and plus like I'm only working from memory to be even more fair on top of that, so yeah, fuck it. By the way, there are actually two phases to this boss fight. What the fuck are you doing? Just taking a hit for no reason. Okay, that was cheap. Okay, so that's the first phase complete. And like literally all you do is just like spin Entrance underneath the fucking thingy-majig, underneath where Fate Crush is standing. Okay, so okay, I don't know what the fuck that was all about, but okay, just poor positioning much. Okay, yeah, I know I can slide underneath, but fucking hell, he's not that difficult. Okay. So yeah, in this first phase, as you've seen, legit, all you do is just kite his shots and his jumps, and that's pretty much it. He just jumps from like one side to the other. Either he does single jumps or he does like massive leaps. And every time like he shoots a clock out of his hand, or every time like he shoots the clock shake hand, or every time like he shoots the claw that contains the clock, he can just kite it. Okay, now we're in the second phase where he's literally just an egg at this point. And then this is where Fate Crash works with us. Now there's a tactic to this as well. So yeah, we can just like chill in this corner as he's like shooting his projectiles. They look like discs, but they're more like circles. But yeah, at least over here, like if you just chill in this corner while he just like shooting out all of his projectiles and all that shit, then like he can't hit you because that's where it can't reach. It only shoots it on like a diameter type basis, so like it shoots in a semicircle kind of, as in like a shape of a protractor per se. Or is it? Yeah, pretty much like a shape of a protractor per se. So yeah, this boss fight is actually piss easy. Well, I say that, yeah, I just fucking died stupidly from one of his bullshit projectiles. Yeah, sometimes like when he freezes, he's preparing to fire, which is why like at the same time you gotta be quick whenever you hit him. Like you legit just have to be quick with his shots. Okay, so the first phase he takes 4 hits, and in the second phase it's practically the exact same thing. What the fuck? Come the fuck on. That was cheap. Okay, I know how that fucked up. Yeah, jumping at the same time as him, of course, fucks it up. It fucks shit up completely. Okay. But you know, at least we're making some progress. What the fuck? Come on, bruv. That was cheap. This is not difficult. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But yeah, it's like a repeat of the Dr. Neo Cortex boss fight in Crash Bandicoot Excess. Just the same level of piss takes, just taking place in a different shape and form, pretty much. But you know, that was partially to be expected. Okay. Okay, let's do this shit. Yeah, the second you start this though, you legit just want to fly where he's at and then just hit him on the top right corner, so therefore like it just takes him to what you call it. Fucking hell. Yeah, sometimes he does fuck you over by doing that, but 99% of the time though, or at least 95% of the time, his projectiles only just shoot to like that particular screen, to like the top right. It's funny how like every time you hit him it makes like a balloon popping sound as well, or at least like half a balloon popping sound. And Fate Crash legit he just drops fucking rocks of lava on top of him. At least I presume it's rocks of lava. Either that or it's just a lava dispenser in general. Yeah, it looks more like a lava dispenser. Yeah, it certainly looks like a lava dispenser. Come on man, it's the final hit point. This is not hard. There we fucking go. Just how that is fucked. And Tropy's like, no, I can't defeat all these wretched bandicoots myself. Although he does like sort of pronounce them more like rolling his R's per se. Like he's like, no, I can't defeat all these wretched bandicoots myself. But mark my words, I'll be back. Okay, that'll be that. Good job, Crash. You rescued the other bandicoots from Entropy and defeated Entrance. Lucky thing you collected all of the gem shards. I can use them to reopen his space vortex and you can go after him. just like that, we've unlocked the final power-up. The Speed Shoes, aka the Turbo Run. Hold L for a burst of speed. Okay, so now pretty much onto the final world in the game. I say final world, but you know, final section on the map. So yeah, no time to celebrate yet. We're 3.5 hours in, but fuck it. But you know, there's more to do in this game in comparison to XS. Let's progress. So at this point in time, we're actually in, well, at this point in the game, we're officially on the Colored Islands section of the map. So yeah, that's the warp zone. So yeah, the next level is, so we've just completed level 21 King to Uncommon before defeating Dr. Entrance, or just Entrance. Just because, why the fuck not? Yeah, because I think they just call him Entrance in Nitro Car as well. So yeah, the next 3 levels we'll be playing as level 22, Wild Nile Ride, level 23, 101 Arabian Kites, or 101 Arabian Kites, and level 24 Firewalker, before defeating the ultimate final boss fight, Dr. Entropy, or Entropy as they just label it in this game. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Funny how this level only has like 24 levels and not 25 levels, but you know, yeah, level number potential. Yeah, level 25 levels would have been a more, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say like round number, but it would have been a more standard number per se, because like it feels conventional to have 25 levels as opposed to 24 levels, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, let's fucking go. Okay, so Wild Nile Ride would be the level that contains the red gem. So yeah, this is an Egyptian themed level. So yeah, each level's gem shard and colored gem relates to pretty much the level theme where you picked the specific colored level gem shards, like within each respective level. So yeah, the red gem shards, the red gem is an Egyptian level, the green gem is an Arabian level, and the blue gem is a prehistoric volcano level. Okay, here we go. Now this level is completely all the way downwards. It's a downward slope, and by the way, on top of that, these levels don't even contain bonus rounds on top of that, so. But yeah, in addition, these levels don't contain bonus rounds on top of that, so like, they're just secret levels single-handedly without any other extras. Just the gems plus box gems to pick up. Okay, that was fucking cheap. I wasn't even facing that way either. I was legit just like controlling Crash to go to the left as I was spinning those crates either, not to the right. So I don't know what the fuck that was all about. It proper fucking astounds me how, like, you know, the TNT crate still fell on top of Crash's head at that point. Okay, so there's a particular way to, like, there's a particular approach. Well, okay, that was poor timing. Then again, like, to be fair, I did leave it a bit of time for that crate to, you know, play out. I did leave it a bit of time for that slot crate to run its course in terms of like its rotation cycle of which type of crate it was gonna pan out with. But yeah, it was a lot safer to, you know, break the crates beneath the TNT crate from the right side than the left side, because the Nile is literally pushing you in. There we go. Oh, at least that time it worked as I was pulling away. from the stack of crates itself. Perfect. Okay, let's take major precaution here. That certainly helps the situation. That is so fucking stupid. They put a nitro crate above one of these bouncy brown line crates that contain multiple Wumpa fruits. It's so fucking stupid. It's like, talk about a setup for, talk about a death trap setup. Also, in a way, it's a partial setup for suicide on top of that for those that, you know, for those that, quite frankly, just want to commit suicide. For those that, quite frankly, want to commit suicide inside the game. Okay, yeah, I was playing with fire just there, or in this case, playing with nitro crates. But yeah, I was legit playing with fire, getting those fucking, well, just for one Wumpa fruit. That's sacrificial as fuck. Okay, so from what I remember, going to the left is like the main path. So if I go to the right, there's more crates here. Yeah, going down there just takes you, because going to the right I don't think has crates, but going to the left is actually the main path. I presume they treat the right as like a shortcut within this level. Okay, that was fucking stupid. Well, the way it panned out anyway. What the? I didn't even touch that nitro crate, what the fuck? Okay, for some reason that one kills you, even though I body slammed next to it. That's not supposed to kill you in this game. And as you've just seen, we're back to that premise where we have an Akwaku mask contained inside a question mark crate. It doesn't happen often, but you know, oh fuck that shit, you know it doesn't matter. But it doesn't happen often, but it happens. Well, in this level it happens often. I presume they just did that because they knew they were setting up the player with all these nitro crates. Okay, so we got crates here as well. But that was pretty simple, it wasn't extremely convoluted. It's pretty fucked up though, like I could have had invincibility if I was able to keep those masks, but fuck it. Either way, like, the level's still completable regardless. Okay, just like that we plummet down, and I presume, actually no, that's technically correct, because every single crate up there is literally just a nitro crate, so we're safe in terms of picking up the box gem. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point in designing the crates like that? It's cheap as fuck. Okay, so from my personal recollection, we go to the right, especially since we just clocked the red gem up top. Fucking hell! That's such a cheap... That's legit, like, you know, such a cheap way to, like, set a trap. Just, like, put fucking nitro crates above the TNT crates that you legit have to bounce on just to destroy those 3 crates. And on top of that, you don't even have a bazooka power up like in Crash 3 in order to eliminate them, in order to destroy them from a stable platform that you can just piss easily stand on top of in the process of it. Okay, that was proper close, because that doesn't always pan out the way it's supposed to. Okay, the way the camera sort of just... I want to say shakes, but yeah, the way the camera sort of just flickers just then. When you like, pretty much control Crash to go into that iron crate. Okay, so we've just completed the level with both the red gem plus the box gem. Alright, let's fucking go. Wild Nile ride complete. Okay, now moving on to level 23. 101 Arabian Kites, or 101 Arabian Kites. Yeah, I accidentally fucking hit my unit and the mic's sitting on, but fuck it. But you know shit happens. Okay, 101 Arabian Kites, let's fucking go. So this one is, in a way, sort of complex. I mean, it's easy to complete, but at the same time, like, it gets more and more complex the deeper you get into it. I mean, it's split up into two paths, which in a way is partially unnecessary. It doesn't even have to be that hard. It is a neat trick though. Just like bounce on top of all these crates, like as you're just like progressing. Okay, that was cheap. By the way, this crate right here, piss easy as fuck to miss. I presume I might have overlooked that on the first go as well, so yeah, in a way it's a good thing I died just then. It's a good thing I plummeted just then. Okay, that was fucking stupid. But yeah, you know, you can tell Crash 4 is legit just taking inspiration left, right and centre. With like hiding crates in the most inconspicuous places. Not just gems, but crates as well. Yeah man, just spin that motherfucker on the way down. We've reached another one of those situations where we find an Aku Aku mask inside an exclamation mark crate. Well, yeah, we've reached another one of those situations where we find an Aku Aku mask inside a question mark crate. Crash legit just pulling some next kung fu moves with a spin just there. Okay, this time it was a life that was inside that question mark crate. Although the developers did officially refer to them as surprise crates, so in a way it does fit the purpose. So this sort of made them like RNG at certain points, but at some points not really. Okay, so the main path is up top, where like we have like, you know, all the crates and shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to file that shit. But there are crates down below as well, so like, again, I don't understand why they made like two paths. Well, presumably to make the level harder still, but like, you know. There is a green gem to pick up, yes. But at the same time, it's sort of like, I don't know, if you're gonna put the green gem in the main path, though it still, in a way, sort of partially defeats the purpose of doing so. Like, it somewhat kills the point in doing it in the first place. So a flying, I was gonna say, a flying carpet should appear, and I was correct. Thus, this is where the Super Body Slam Thus, this is where the super body slam comes into effect. It proves to be effective. Yeah, I don't know why I ended up saying body slam for a second, like super body slam. It's not even a fucking word. It's like a body that's slumming it, you know? The fact that you legit have to... Fucking hell, that's so stupid. But yet, the fact that you had to, like, you know, double jump in order to, like, spring yourself from the top of that crate was proper fucking insane. Okay, turns out I can't kill him from there, but fuck it. They're unreachable, but fuck them. They're not worth it. I know I don't need to do that, but fuck it. But I lost an Aku Aku mask in the process, but I paid the price. Fuck it. Okay, yeah, he just stopped there for like a second, and he was clipping into the fucking TNT and Nitro crates that was stacked on top of one another. Don't know why I ended up saying stacked then, but fuck it. Okay, that was stupid the way I slipped through there, but fuck it. But yeah, no, this isn't too hard actually. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise indeed. Surprise, surprise, we got an Aku Aku mask out of this surprise crate. Out of a question mark crate. Okay, we got this. Fuck yes, we got invincibility. That partially did me a solid. Although, not necessarily, because it's gonna fuck me over if I drop down to these two crates. See, it only did me a partial solid. But yeah, I hate when the voice cracks, but yeah. But it only did me a partial solid in that respect. Okay, that was a much better outcome. Because it was so fucking stupid the way, like, even though it freezes the fire, like, if the fire is frozen, I don't know why I ended up saying freezing, that's not even a fucking word. But yeah, like, if the fire is frozen at, like, a certain point in its animation within the middle of its cycle, even if, whether it's frozen or not, you still take damage from it, which is still even more fucking stupid. I reckon, like, it should disable the hitbox. Perfect. Got the life in the process. Alright, now for the chill part of the level. I presume. Yeah, nah, I don't think it's worth it, fuck it. Yeah, I was legit gonna body slam next to it, but then I decided against it in the end. I was like, fuck that shit. What? Okay, that was close as fuck. That almost fucked me over. Okay, there's another part down here, but there are no crates here, it's literally just Wumpa Fruit. Yeah, and the Wumpa Fruit right here literally spelled crash. Or at least that's what it appears to spell. Okay, it turns out it doesn't, but like, telling by the layout from the ones that were just right there at the entrance of this path, it looked like it was going to spell crash. But yeah, what the fuck ever. It is what it is. Still a nice little area to showcase. I presume this background was sampled from Crash 3 as well, because they did use like... They did also use, like, you know, a parallax background as like a... As like, you know, part of the background scenery in order to simulate the background scenery of the level in general. Come on, carpet. Fuck yes. That was close as fuck. You were just about to shoot me, but I jumped on top of his head. Fucking just baited him. Just like that, we got the green gem. Fucking hell! The cycles of these carpets are fucking stupid. At least this part ain't too complex, especially in comparison to the previous part of the level. Because of course that one contained crates, so like you had no choice but to take both paths, but you know, this you just do for the fun of it. Like, this shit is all fun and games, you know. So yeah, after I finish this live stream, I'm definitely gonna have lunch. That was close. It's like, fucking hell, they spread some of the flying carpets so far apart from each other, it's fucking ridiculous. What the fudge? Okay, well, I didn't take hit, I know that for a fact, because I didn't even have an Aku Aku mask in the first place. What the fuck? Okay, that was cheap. That was cheap as fuck. Okay, I know precisely what I was trying to do. I know precisely what I was attempting to do. I was attempting to land on top of the enemy's head after pulling off a death tornado spin. But it was just a case of the dimensions. It was just a case of not even the dimensions, but you know, the overall positioning of where he is on the map, like on the level's world space per se. Okay, we're getting there soon enough, people. We're getting there soon enough. It's only a matter of time. It's legit just a later pointer to the piss. The fact that they spread the fucking flying carpet so far apart from each other is just insane. It's proper nuts. It's pure insanity. What the fuck? Come on! He was right there, the fucking prick. I know I don't even need this. I know I don't even need these 1x3, but fuck it. I know I don't even need to pick up all this 1x3, but fuck it. Okay, soon enough we will be finished. It's interesting how like they made this into like sort of a lava pit hazard type area, and the only thing you have to stand on top of is flying carpets. Well, I spun the other one and I jumped on top of... I spun the top one and I landed on top of the bottom one in the process. Man, that's a fucking priceless outcome. Yeah, fuck off, mate. That is so fucking stupid, the way I died to that. Fucking hell, talk about poor hitbox management. Okay, I landed on the flying carpet that time. Legit, just falling from that height, I landed right on top of the flying carpet, straight up. Didn't even need any of the bouncy iron crates to have arrows on top of them. Okay, it's only a matter of time before I complete this. Okay, so that partially did me a solid just then. What the fuck? Okay, that time I landed on top of the flying carpet, but it still fucked me over because I landed like on the flying carpet and then it just like fell off the fucking side. Wow, that was a quick pickup of Wumpa Fruit right there. Okay, we'll make it soon. Fuck off. Okay, talk about piss take positioning. Fucking hell. Come on, this isn't even hard, man. We got past this before. Honestly, it's piss takes like this that legit just pad the playthrough and it pads the live stream in general. Okay, it's only a matter of time. I mean, I've played this part. See, that's even more fucking stupid. It's like, no matter what you do, now the game just chooses to fuck you over whenever it feels like it. Honestly, I had my rights to have partial concerns for this level, to be completely honest. I was well within my rights to have them in the first place. Fucking hell, man. Carpet cycles. I reckon that's another thing I put it down to. Poor carpet cycles. But you know. Yeah, both of you can fuck right off. You're nothing but a piss take. Yeah, I figured I'd kill him as well, because he's a fucking piss take and all. Okay, let's do this shit. Okay, now that was a good carpet cycle. It's pretty close. Okay, so hazard eliminate. So hazards. So perils and hazards eliminated from that part at the very least. Okay, yeah, just take it step by step. Especially since these guys are pricks. They're monumental pricks. That's right, fuck off. You have no business in this level. What the? Okay, I know where I went wrong. I know what fucked up. If I made that onto the carpet, I would have been one lucky ass motherfucker right there. I would have been lucky as fuck. Let's kill these two waste men. Fuck it, yeah, piss off your waste man. You got no business here. Alright, so it's like the problem isn't even knowing what to do in this level. I already know what to do. It all depends on the outcome. Like, that's the only problem I'm having. It's just an outcome based problem depending on like what happens. Like sometimes I approach a certain section when a really fucked up cycle is taking place and it just fucks me over in the process. Or just a hitbox just fails to work properly. Of course, that's something that you can never fail to take into account. Okay, green gem. But you know, let's approach this carefully. Why the fuck didn't you double jump? What the fuck is your problem? Oh yeah, on top of that, input's getting killed for practically no reason whatsoever. Let's add that to the list on top of that. Well, okay, that was very fortunate. That was fortunate on top of that as well. I was not expecting to kill those two, but fuck it. I wasn't even planning to jump on top of them, let alone, like, you know, let alone killing them. But, you know, sometimes things have a way of working out. Funny the way life treats you. Funny the way the game treats you, and funny the way life treats you on top of that. But yeah, that had a funny way of working out. That certainly had a funny way of panning out. It's like I did not expect to kill them in that way possible. Like I legit, at those points, I just jumped spontaneously and on the way up I ended up bouncing on top of them. Just using them as like a trampoline per se. Just trampoline myself on the way up to those monkey bar hanging mesh pieces. Okay, we got this. Fuck off. Fuck off, mate. Yep, now we're fucking talking. Man, that would have been proper fucked up. But you know, it was priceless when, you know, the second I landed on, well, the second I actually landed on top of that spring iron crate for the final time, the explosion, the TNT crate plus nitro crate explosion actually took place. Like, I would have been really fucked up if it blew me up in the process, but thank fuck it didn't. But yeah, man, nitro crate detonator switch. That's a very fucked up place to put it, but you know, really gets people thinking. It gets people thinking of how to, you know, utilize their jumps, how to time their plummets and all that shit. But yeah, anyways, that's the end of it, people. Okay, we can officially put this level behind us. We can officially put that level behind us now for one final level before the final boss fight, before the ultimate final boss fight. So, level 24, Firewalker. Let's fucking go. Let's pick up the blue gem. That was close. Straight off the bat, they put a hazardous as fuck motherfucker right there. Just spitting out fire in general, like he thinks he's a fucking dragon or some shit. Like, bro thinks he's Spyro. Although, speaking of Spyro, yeah, more on that on upcoming releases within the Game Boy Advance lineup. And also, yeah, more on that when it comes to, what you call it, more on that when it comes to actually playing the later games within the lineup. Okay, that was fucking cheap. I ended up dying because of that. But yeah. But also, one interesting thing about the Egyptian of the music levels, at least like, I mean the music of the Egyptian levels, as in like the way they remixed them for this game, is that like in the track, like there's two samples in there. So like, there's one sample that utilizes the same sample as the one used in the Arabian levels. I presume they use that just as like hi-hats in order to make up part of the track. And not only that, but in the background of that track, you can even hear like those generator type sound effects, like a wooda 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 or some shit like that, from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. I presume that's a sample from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. I'm not entirely sure. I've always clocked it, but I've never really, you know, pointed it out to anyone. But you know, things like this are actually pretty interesting to speculate. Okay, we've got a life crate right here. Okay, it turns out I cannot explode that nitro crate there, but fuck it. Well, it turns out I can. Okay, well, fuck that shit. Okay, let's ride the rocket up to the top. It's a pretty cool concept. Crash just like, he just hitches a ride on top of a rocket, and then just like fucking, and then the second he reaches the top point, he just, you know, what you call it, he just jumps off and then it just explodes as it hits the fucking ceiling or some shit. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, I was gonna say that was close, but fuck it. I don't know if anyone else has clocked that, but it's interesting to get into. I find it funny how, what you call it, it freezes everything, but I like how the ice freeze crate just like freezes practically everything but the ongoing fire lump rock animations per se, the ones that jump up and down. I mean, it froze the other one, it froze that second one, but it didn't freeze the first one. But you know, it is what it is. Okay, yeah, just slide back and forth if you want to pick up that one fruit on top of that. Okay, yeah, there's nothing up top to the top right, so fuck it. Well, that was a cool way of catching and breaking that, what do you call it? That crate, that Aquaku mask crate. Wow, that was pretty fortunate timing, because the TNT crate was precisely what I needed from the outcome of that slot crate. Okay, here we are with the helicopter pack for the final time. Helicopter, helicopter, paracoffer, paracoffer. I was gonna say that was close as fuck, but nah. Even like the ascent movement on the helicopter pack was too slow to get away from that type of... to get away from the speed of that animation. Given the way, you know, the velocity, taking into account the velocity it travels at. It's like, bro, it travels at like maximum velocity in comparison to, you know, it legit just travels at maximum velocity in comparison to the helicopter pack ascent velocity. Okay, that was pretty decent timing. Yeah, times like this where it's legit, you just gotta time it perfectly. It's legit just a maze of nitro crates to fly across. It's like Pac-Man, but with nitro crates instead of blue barriers. It's almost like Pac-Man, you still collected shit on the way, but fuck it. But instead of pellets, Crash eats Wumpa fruit. Of course, that's the premise I was building on. Okay, let's journey up top before ditching the helicopter pack completely. Okay, fucked him up. Okay, that was cheap. So I take damage from those two nitro crates, but not the rest. Okay. Well, some others in closer levels within the same type of area on the warp zone map. But yeah, fuck it. Okay, anyways, let's pick up the blue gem. Yeah, at that point, since it jumps to the left in such close proximity as well, you're legit gonna have to like jump as they jump, or just double jump over it in order to surpass it. Okay, so we're at the warp zone portal, but there's no gem. Well, I know precisely why. Because there's more crates to the right. And on top of that, we still got the nitro switch, we still got the green exclamation mark crate, which is practically the nitro crate detonator. Okay, and just like that, we've officially broken all the 115 crates. Just like that, we've officially broken all 115 crates within the level. Okay, perfect. That's officially all the levels complete 100% in terms of the crystals, gems, plus gem shards, including the colored gems. Minus the relics. Okay, now for the game's culmination, the Dr. Entropy boss fight. Okay, here we are, people. Entropy. Entropy, yeah, it's interesting how they don't put the Doctor in their names, but fuck it. Anyways, I have an Aquaku mask, let's not waste it. It's got 3 phases to it, just like in Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped as well, but yeah, they take it to the next level. Okay, anyways, no time like the present, let's fight up against the final boss fight, the ultimate final boss fight, Dr. Entropy. Let's fucking go. Okay, gotta be super precise with this shit as well, because it's pretty fucked up. I mean, they start off with a really simplistic pattern. This music is a proper bop as well. It's a nice remix to the Entropy boss fight. It's a nice remix to the Dr. Entropy boss fight from Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. It's a remix. Yeah, it's a sick remix to the original theme, for what it's worth. And the way they remixed it in Crash Bandicoot N. Sane Trilogy, like, they use practically more or less the same samples. Actually, they practically use the same samples. Just to, like, you know, so they both sound really similar. So, like, they both sound like proper similar to each other in terms of, like, construction. So yeah, double jumps help a lot, but sometimes, like, what the fuck? Okay, what a waste of an Akwaku mask. Okay, the first phase was an Arabian theme. Now we're at an Egyptian theme. Okay, this isn't hard to start off with, but it gets hard later on because he picks up the pace with this shit. Okay, just like that, it killed my jump input, so fuck it. So yeah, it pretty much utilizes the same samples, but to reconstruct the original Dr. Entropy boss fight theme tune from Crash 3. So that's why, like, it's comparable to Entrance. That's why, like, you know, it's comparable to the boss fight theme tune remix that was composed for Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. Alright, so yeah, but still, like, shooting and jumping. It's interesting because, like, they reutilized more or less practically the same concept in Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, but it's Crunch utilizing the Wawa mask, as in, like, the second elemental mask, in order to, like, pull off that premise and utilize those types of attacks. But yeah, the first phase is piss easy because you can just practically fly across, but the second phase, they do pick it up. There's 3 hit points per phase, as you can tell at this point in time. But yeah, he does sort of, like, mix up the type of moves, or he does sort of mix up the type of shots that he takes. So, like, some shots are bottom shots, some shots are top shots. But of course, like, you could choose to, like, mix up whenever it feels like. Mostly, like, it's in a pattern, but, like, you just gotta clock that pattern, you know. See, like, that's what fucks you over sometimes. The first one is always piss easy, but the rest is where it gets harder. Although the proper test is when it comes to the third and final phase, which has the prehistoric level setting. The prehistoric volcano island type of setting. So yeah, the first phase consists of an Arabian setting. The second phase consists of an Egyptian setting. Hang on, wait, did I say the third phase or the second phase? I'm legit just getting my wires crossed. So yeah, as I was saying, the first phase consists of an Arabian city setting. The second phase consists of an Egyptian tomb setting. And the third and final phase consists of a prehistoric volcano island setting. Although of course, debatably it's just a volcano island setting. But I include prehistoric as part of the description, especially due to the fact that, you know, the levels themselves plus the setting itself in this game was actually, you know, partially based off the prehistoric levels anyway, since technically those levels contain volcanoes anyway, so yeah, can't really put that one past me, to be honest. Okay, really got to pay attention to his moves, like really clock it. You see, like, sometimes it really fucks you over because it throws you off balance. It's like next level trickery deceit type bullshit. I remember when I first played this, it was proper hard as fuck. I found it super challenging as a kid. Okay, we got this shit. It's only a matter of time. Okay, so we're getting there. They really mix it up in this one. Although, with that being said, this is nothing compared to the later one. Okay, I was gonna jump on that platform, but fuck it. It just disappeared before I even had the chance. Talk about debate. You didn't even duck that time, what the fuck? It would typically start off as like simply jumping and holding down, or just simply double jumping and then holding R or down, but of course it picks up later on. They legit like reutilize sound effects for what you call it in trophy shots. Like the sound effects that they reutilize, they're literally from the what you call it, the jetpack levels within Crash Bandicoot XS. You know, when all the shots are being fired, like coming from Crash, plus like what you call it, the blimps plus engines, what you call it. Plus, like, you know, engine's plane carrier or whatever the fuck it is, or engine ship that you destroy in the second boss fight of XS. But yeah, like, they pretty much sampled those sound effects from those two. Pretty much like from those particular levels in Crash Bandicoot XS. Well, either that or like both games got those sound effects from a sample pack. Either way, it's a nice throwback. The funny thing is, it looks like it was gonna go over his head. It looked like, you know, the blue crescent shot was gonna go over his head. Based on the way that, well, purely based on the way Crash's animation played out. As he just, you know, landed. But, you know, shit happens. I mean, that shit obviously doesn't operate based on animation, it operates based on hitbox. So yeah, when it comes to animations, that type of logic is thrown out the window. It only works in terms of hitboxes. Okay, phase 1 complete. Time for phase 2. Oh yeah, I can utilize the speed shoes as well, I almost forgot. I didn't even utilize the speed shoes in the previous 3 levels either, that's another thing. Okay, that fucked me over. But yeah, that's very useful. Because like, you can utilize it to actually gain more length when you jump on top of that. Okay. I mean, it's not typically too difficult, but you know, pretty much said almost everything I practically needed to say about this phase. But yeah, now everything is like completely straightforward in this one. It's interesting how like the icons on the boss fights heads are missing like the tuning forks and all that shit. Interesting attention to detail. It's like, I'm not sure whether or not that was even done to cut down to, what do you call it? I'm not sure that was even done to compensate towards limitations of the console itself, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, it's practically like only 3/4 of that image though, so I doubt it would take up that much space in comparison. Like, you know, it would be a very small amount of file space to take up, so like, it wouldn't really put that much of a strain on the Game Boy Advance's capabilities, or it wouldn't even put that much of a strain on the Game Boy Advance's performance capabilities in that respect. Okay, I gotta be really careful as well, because I could accidentally execute the super slide as well if I hold L and R at the same time, which in this case is assigned to L2 and R2 on the PS5 controller that I'm using right now, that I'm playing with hooked up to my PC right now. Come on, we gotta do this. I know I could save state per phase, but I'm doing this properly, fuck it. It costs nothing. It legit doesn't cost anything to do it properly. Yeah, that was pretty sick. You gotta be smart with the way you approach that shit. Just like try not to overthink the shots, but of course clock the pattern. There we fucking go. Third and final phase. Here we are, time for phase 3. In the prehistoric Volcano Island setting. Okay. He shoots faster as well, which in a way, it helps, but at the same time it fucks you over. Because like, you can pull some next level trickery deceit type bullshit. Alright, and on top of that, these gem platforms over here that we get across with, he sort of like elevates them as well, so like, he puts them in like a mountain slope type of setting. Okay, I gotta be really careful because like you don't want to like have too much airtime as well. Like as you've seen right there, like that was proper intense. I just about survived that. Okay, this one was pretty straightforward. Of course, you gotta get there quick before he like starts up some next bullshit. That's the thing, you don't know, man. You gotta clock it, you gotta clock it. You gotta clock his moves. Especially since this is entropy we're talking about. This is all about clocks. This is all about clocking shit starting up. Man, fucking, for real. Dr. Entropy was starting up a mad thing. Just like that, I fucked him up. Okay, it's official. I've officially defeated Dr. Entropy, plus I've completed the game semi 100%, you might say. Okay, yeah, let's jump to the dialogue. This is the perfect time to cue the celebratory music, but anyways, yeah, this is the perfect culmination. Well, it's a perfect culmination to say the least, but it's a culmination nonetheless. It's a perfect culmination regardless. Congratulations everyone for defeating Entropy and capturing him. Let's take a picture to celebrate. And he has like fake Crash taking the picture of Crash, Crunch and Coco capturing Entropy. Perfect way to caption it. And of course, I presume that's the picture that they're displaying inside the vortex. Well, the vortex portal per se. Okay, celebratory vibes up in the building, mofos. And now Ukuka's pissed off, just like throwing the hat in. He's like, "That's it! No more underlings! Next time you will face a real adversary!" The end, for now. Okay, so here we are people with the credits roll for Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced, and of course just like with Crash Bandicoot XS, the credits roll actually loops, so I'll have to skip it in order to, you know, jump back to the warp zone. But anyways, apart from that, that's officially the livestream complete, so in a short period of time I'll be looking for someone to raid, even though like only a few people joined this livestream, but you know, that's fine. I'm glad to have gotten this done regardless. It was still a fun livestream to do regardless of what it was, and I had a lot more to say than I actually thought I would. Certainly bringing up my confidence in terms of like, you know, doing live streams in general, certainly giving a proper confidence boost. They used the main theme tune of this game for the credits roll, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyways, props to Vicarious Visions for developing such a sick game. And yeah, as you can already tell by now, Cortex was definitely not a part of this game as he was in plenty of other games. So I remember being a bit surprised that, you know, Cortex wasn't a part of this game, especially as the main antagonist, because like, you know, playing a game as Crash Bandicoot being a protagonist, you'd expect to be playing up to Dr. Neo Cortex as like the main antagonist, but no, like now they decided to switch it up in this game. But yeah, they bring him back in later games. Okay, so as you've probably seen, the credits roll has actually already looped at this point, so yeah, no time like the present to cut back to the warp zone. All in due time. Okay, here we are people. Officially, we're at the game's culmination. Okay, so I'm gonna look for someone to raid before I end the live stream. And then we'll just, you know, like wrap it up here. I have to say, Crash Bandicoot Entrance, or Crash Bandicoot 2 Entrance, was certainly an adventure. Honestly, I expected it to be hard, so to be honest with you, it's like, it doesn't surprise me that it took the piss here and there at certain points. It was to be expected, so in a way, like, it didn't really disappoint me. Okay, so that officially ticks 2 boxes off the list for this 800 follower special celebration livestream series event that I had planned for quite a while now. Only 3 games left to do. We're really making progress. Although one thing I would like to point out about the Warp Zone theme tune for this game, and I know I could have pointed out at the start, but like a lot of other things kept coming to mind. Yeah, Throw was getting blocked, but fuck it. But yeah, a lot of other stuff just kept coming to mind, which, you know, is understandable because we just say whatever fits the moment. We just say whatever fits that point in time, per se. So yeah, onto that topic. An interesting thing about the Warp Zone theme tune is that it's a really interesting, unique composition type of, like, in terms of remixing the track. It's like, it's not just like a basic remix, like, it remixes the bassline, not only that, but like, it takes a different approach in terms of like its structure. In addition to that, parts of it sound like it was sampled from Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, on like, you know, the second loop of the chorus part. Cause like, it sounds like, you know, spacey as fuck. Yeah, this part coming up. Yeah, the part that just played, yeah, like, I reckon that's sampled from the Wrath of Cortex. I was like, it sounds super close to it. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Although, speaking of the entire soundtrack, fun fact, the Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced soundtrack was actually put on an official CD. And the tracks themselves were actually much longer, they're much more extended, and they have like a more robust sequence to them. So yeah, these tracks that you're hearing now in the game are literally just loop sections of the actual tracks themselves. If you listen to the full tracks, which, you know, people would have already uploaded them to YouTube by now at this point in time, you'd know for a fact that they're actually complete tracks of their own. So it's something interesting that was worth pointing out. But yeah, this part right here, you can tell that part that goes da 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 da. Like, that part was definitely sampled from Wrath of Cortex. In terms of like how it sounds. Like, in terms of like, you know, how it has like that space type of atmosphere to it. Of course, like, the melody was from Crash 3, but like, the sample legit feels like it's from the Wrath of Cortex. So this game legit heavily references both Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped plus Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. And of course, this game was Entrance's first appearance and all. If people playing Crash Nitro Kart for the first time and not playing Entrance before, they're gonna be like, who the fuck is this pink Ed? People are gonna be like, people who played Crash Nitro Kart for the first time and didn't play Crash Bandicoot 2 Entrance prior to that would have been like, who the fuck is this pink-headed egg-shaped motherfucker? Or some shit like that, or words to that effect. But yeah, like, legit, who the fuck is this pink egg-headed motherfucker? Never seen him before. It's like, this mofo just popped out of nowhere. But anyways, yeah. This has been proper fun. Now, I'm definitely gonna look for someone to raid at this point in time. Okay, so hopefully Twitch doesn't do anything stupid. Like, you know, play someone's audio over, or play the audio of someone's live stream over, like, you know, over commentary. Well, not necessarily over the commentary, but like, you know, in the background as I'm like just scrolling through Twitch categories. or just Twitch channels in general. Okay, so I doubt that someone will be playing Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced, but you know, a lot of people are more likely to play the original trilogy plus Crash 4, as in like the new Crash 4, not the OG Crash 4, as in Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. Okay, so we've got a few people playing Crash 1. The current categories that have people live streaming are Crash Bandicoot 1, of course, like a mixture of Crash 1 and Insane Trilogy. Actually, these people are they're only live streaming the Insane Trilogy build at this point in time. Let's see, Crash 2, there's... Okay, one person live streaming the original Crash 2 and one person live streaming the Insane Trilogy build of Crash 2. So for Crash 3, got the same amount of people. So yeah, 2 people live streaming Crash 3 and both the Insane Trilogy build as well. Okay, so I want to live stream, I want to raid someone new as well. I swear someone was live streaming the Wrath of Cortex. I know there's one person live streaming Crash to Insanity right now. Actually, no they're not, they're just using it as a category, but they're playing something else. Man, it takes a piss sometimes when people they use a certain category of a game, especially one that you're following, and then it turns out they're just playing something else completely. Yeah, people have been doing that. It's not uncommon, people do that on Twitch all the time. It's usually like from people that do like the most fucked up shit possible to get views and shit. Just like clickbait. Like category clickbait right there. Okay, so soon enough, we'll find someone to raid. Of course, the only person live streaming Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced is me right now. As you can see, it's just my channel popping up in that category, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, that rules that one out immediately. There's definitely no one live streaming Crash Bandicoot XS. There's one person live streaming Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex. And one person live streaming Crash Nitro Kart. Interesting. So yeah, that's the game. It's always fun to raid someone new. Let me double check. Okay, yeah, turns out the person live streaming Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex has follower only chat, so yeah, fuck that shit. Okay, so yeah, wanna raid someone new, but like, you know, someone who's genuinely willing to, you know, get to know people before, like, you know, having people follow them, because it's best to get to know someone as like a content creator before making the decision to follow them. No one should ever be like, you know, no one should ever be tricked or incentivized into following just to type in the chat. That's complete and utter fucking bullshit. Like, there's a security measure and there's just pointless, they're just like pointless walls to put up. Okay, one person is live streaming Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. I know for a fact that HypnoShark is live streaming the original CTR, as he does, like, as he pretty much does predominantly with all of his speedrun attempts and all that. Okay, interesting. Okay, yeah, good to know. Looks like the person live streaming Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled seemed to have his chat open for everyone, so that's pretty decent. Might as well just like bring the viewers to his chat. Okay, so the person that's currently live streaming Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled right now is 13madman89. So yeah, that shall be the person that I shall be dropping the raid on top of, or as we've been calling it, or as me and Rob, aka Spider Rebel, amongst other people, have been calling it, a social torpedo. So yeah, let's drop a social torpedo on top of 13madman on. So yeah, let's drop a social torpedo on top of 13madman89's Twitch livestream. So yeah, there's legit no time like the present. Okay, so that was fun while it lasted. I've had a lot of fun doing that live stream. Wait, let me just set up the raid before I even proceed to doing it. Okay, yeah, the only person that turned up in the chat was the Scarecrow, but you know, it's alright. I mean, I had fun doing the live stream regardless, because I had a lot to say, you know. I don't know, it just felt natural to commentate while, like, you know, live streaming this game. I've not felt like this during a live stream. I've not felt like this whilst commentating in the live stream in ages. It's legit reminding me of how things used to be back in the day. Like, well, by back in the day, I mean like earlier years of me doing my live streams on Twitch, and you know, it's legit bringing back that old vibe that I used to have back when I used to do these follower special celebration live streams. So yeah, it would be really cool if I could really keep this vibe going. So yeah, this livestream actually panned out pretty well, despite the minor interaction in the chat. It panned out well. It certainly panned out well. I've had a lot of fun. Honestly, I consider that a win in my book. I certainly consider it a win in this case. Man, yeah, just gotta take the W. Okay, so 13 Madman 89. I've legit just set up the raid. Yo, the stream is almost hit 5 hours. That's crazy too, man. I did not expect to stream for this long, but man, I didn't even have to take a lunch break either. You know, it was pretty convenient today. As a matter of fact, I actually worked this morning as well, but like, the difference is like, I had like a 6 o'clock start as opposed to a 5 o'clock start, so it was a lot better because it meant I was able to have breakfast before going to work, which, you know, put me in a good headspace per se. Didn't have to get up that early, didn't have to rush as much. And on top of that, like, especially the way the day panned out just kept me in a positive frame of mind. So, like, I just figured I'd persist it throughout the day, and this is the result. Like, a good live stream happened. So yeah, today overall has actually been a good day. It's not just, this hasn't just been a good live stream, it's already been a good day for me personally. Okay, so I don't know if the Scarecrow is still around, but yeah. Okay, well, my views are certainly going up now too. Well, they're certainly going back up. But yeah, I've already finished the game in terms of like the completion aspect of it. But you know, it's been fun. But yeah, stick around for the raid, people. Yeah, it's funny how the viewers are going up now as I'm ending the stream. But yeah, like, thanks for stopping by, people. But I'm about to raid someone though, so yeah. The stream is going to be 5 hours long as well, so you know what, I might as well, like, it's not even going to be 10 minutes as well. It's like, you know, it's like less than 6 minutes, give or take, at this point in time that, you know, the stream is gonna hit the 5 hour mark. Might as well just like get it to record it in that system, especially since now I'm live streaming more predominantly these days. But yeah, I don't know how some of this is gonna pan out. So anyways, I can give a quick recap on like how things have been in terms of like this event. So like what I plan to do for this event is that I plan to play all of the Game Boy Advance games from Excess up to Titans. So yeah, I'll start off with Crash Bandicoot Excess with the first live stream. Then for the second live stream, I do Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. Then move on to Crash Nitro Kart for the third live stream. Then jump on to Crash Bandicoot Fusion for the fourth live stream. Then finish up with Crash of the Titans for the fifth live stream. So yeah, it'd be like, the plan is to do all of these 5 Game Boy Advance games within separate live streams for this live stream series event. And on top of that, for my 900 follower special celebration live stream, which of course would be a more up-to-date celebration per se, since my Twitch channel has already hit and surpassed 900 followers at this point in time. The plan for that livestream is to play through all of the Nintendo DS games within the Crash Bandicoot franchise, which, in a way, thankfully, there's just 3 of them. So yeah, just 2 less games to play. And plus, recently, I've actually been testing out the Nintendo DS emulator as well, as in like the latest version. The latest version that exists right now was actually, well, the latest stable version at least right now that exists was a version that came out in 2022, I think it was. Yeah, it's 2022. And at that point, they finally made the implementation of utilizing graphics processing. So yeah, like, and by that I mean they finally gave people the ability to actually, you know, utilize their graphics card in order to, like, you know, do all the processing for the emulator, as opposed to, like, you know, putting all that strain onto like the software component on the CPU. Because yeah, the processor can't do all the work. It's already doing all the multitasking for the PC as it is. Might as well put the graphics card to work. Honestly, like, at this point in time, utilizing GPU is like a staple of a feature, you know. But yeah, I've been mapping out the controls and everything. Plus I've been testing the games, they seem fine. They look better than I expect them to be completely honest. But yeah, it's things like this, they're pure nostalgic. Okay, less than 3 minutes, up until 5 hours. Less than 3 minutes, up until this livestream officially hits its 5-hour mark. That's pretty solid. Okay, less than 2 minutes this point. Soon it'll be less than 1 minute, but yeah. Well, soon it'll be less than 1 minute, but yeah, anyways, you'll get the picture. You'll completely get the picture. Honestly, I can't wait. I don't know whether or not I'm gonna do Crash Nitro Kart. Like, at some point next week, I might do. It just depends how the day pans out, and on top of that, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I reckon Nitro Kart will certainly be the proper test, since I've had a proper chill time. I had a proper sick and chill time with both Excess and Entranced. They've both been super fun to play. But yeah, I think now that's the chill part over. That's officially the chill part over for this event. Now for things to step up a gear. Time to step it up a level. Certainly stepping it up a gear of Crash Nitro Kart. Okay, yeah, certainly under 1 minute now. But yeah, hopefully I'll find some time. I most probably will, but yeah, we'll see how it pans out. I might or might do it. I might or might not do it at some point next week, but yeah, only time will tell, people. Only time will tell. Anyways, I'm just about to raid 13 Madman 89. As this livestream soon comes to hit 5 hours, so yeah. We're officially hitting the culmination of the livestream itself. Alright. Now, I reckon, since practically everything has been said and done for this second livestream, now would be a good point to wrap it up. Especially now that the livestream has officially hit its 5-hour mark. It's officially time to call it a livestream. Okay. Now's a perfect place to wrap it up. For those of you who are watching this live on Twitch, feel free and be sure to drop a follow if you haven't, in order to keep yourself updated with potential future live streams that might or might not happen at any point in the future, especially in the near or distant future. And also stick around for the raid. And for those of you who are watching this archived on YouTube, feel free and be sure to subscribe, like, or rate, however you want to put it. Drop a comment below to leave constructive feedback if you possibly can, or share around with your friends and family, or share around with whoever possible. Until then, laters everyone, peace out.